Greetings, humans.
Welcome to another episode of Humans of the Multiverse, where we share the stories of our friends from all over the globe.
We hope you find this conversation interesting and uplifting. Our goal is to bring people together, so if you enjoy the interview, we'd love to hear your comments.
Don't forget to like and subscribe, and thanks for watching.
Michael Branch began his career as a California Highway Patrol officer. He then worked as a combination police officer, firefighter, and medic at one of the only departments that trains in all three disciplines. Eventually, he fulfilled his childhood dream of becoming a Navy SEAL when at the age 27, he completed foreign operations in several countries as an HM1 medic.
As a result of his wartime service, Michael was diagnosed with PTSD and substance use disorder. Through the strength of his marriage, as well as his resilience, he sought the help he needed. He decided to give back by attending the University of Southern California's prestigious military social work program, where he studied to be an addictions counselor specializing in post-traumatic stress.
Michael has worked for several nonprofits, serving veterans, and he now works as a clinical specialist, treating post-traumatic stress in first responders.
We hope Michael's story of strength, resilience, commitment, and giving back inspires you as it has inspired us. So, depending on who you ask, they call me different things. Did you have a similar, since you've had so many roles, do you have a similar experience?
Oh, yeah. Well, growing up, my name was Mikey.
Okay.
So, because my dad's name is Robert Michael.
Okay.
So I was Mikey growing up, and then it was Mike. And then in the Navy, it was Doc.
Mm-hmm.
And then after the Navy, it was Mike. And then in 2010, after I got out of treatment, I decided to go back to my original name on my birth certificate. It was like all part of the change, and so I've been Michael since 2010. For the most part, but I still, a high school buddy of mine emailed me the other day and he still reminds me that my name's Mikey. So.
Yeah. As another Michael, it's always appreciate learning about your journey. Cause I virtually never went by Mike growing up. Like in grade school, I was pretty much always Michael. And then coworkers, once I got out of college, whatever, coworkers just started calling me Mike without asking. And I just went along with it. So now I can go either way.
It's a very flexible name.
It is. It's great.
Yeah. I have one of those too. I have like cousins that in their 50s and actually maybe even 60s by now who literally call me Davey still.
Of course.
Yeah. So it was for me, Davey. Then I was like, no, I'm not Davey. I'm Dave. When I was like 7 or 8, I'm Dave. Davey's a little boy's name.
Yeah.
I feel like Davey is a little bit more childish than Mikey. I don't know. What do you guys think?
They're both definitely elementary age.
Yeah. There was the Life cereal back then, and his name was Mikey, and I looked a lot like the kid on the cereal box. So that was like an easy connection for people.
Got it. Yeah, before we hit record, we had mentioned, because I haven't seen Michael in 11 years, I think, since grad school. Yeah. And we were talking about how time goes by so fast. And the last time, or like for me, I went to Iraq in 2005 and 6, and so that was literally 20 years ago. And Michael was saying he has a similar experience.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just wanted to, what's your experience with that? Like, do you ever look back and like, sometimes you think it feels like yesterday and sometimes it feels like a million years ago?
100%. Both of those things. I think that every time that I reconnect with someone that I served with, because I got out in 2005. So, I was in the teams for about 9 years and I did 3 deployments, and my first 1.5 deployments were peacetime deployments. And then 9/11 happened when we were in Okinawa, my second deployment. And so we kind of got spun up to do some work in different parts of the world, in preparation for what was eventually going to be going into Afghanistan and into Iraq. And so I came home after doing some real work for about half of that second deployment. We came home, trained for a year, and then I went to Iraq for about 10 months, like 9 or 10 months at the very beginning of the war. And so I got out in 2005. We came back like end of 2003, 2004. I did another year on shore duty, and then I got out in 2005. And so a lot of my friends stayed in and did 20 years or, went to, after they got out or stayed in, they just went to different, it was similar to after BUDS training, right? Like after BUDS training, I was really good friends with people and then never saw them again because they went to the East Coast or wherever. So I think life is that way. And when I reconnect with people, we can't believe it's been 20 years because it does seem like yesterday, really, but it's not. Over 2 decades.
I remember after basic training, like the last few days, and you're graduating, and you're like, "Oh man, I love you, man. We're gonna be friends forever." And I can't even picture any of those guys' faces anymore. There's maybe one guy I can remember his face, but that's it. So you mentioned serving a couple deployments peacetime, 1.5. What's a peacetime deployment look like for a Navy SEAL?
Wow. So things were so different back then. Basically what it looked like is a lot of foreign fit training, foreign internal defense. So we would deploy to different parts of the world. Like if you deployed, the way the teams were set up back then was a lot different. I won't go into the nuances of it, but essentially each team had an area of operation that you specialized in. It's not that way anymore. And so for like SEAL Team 5, PACOM deployments is you would either go to Okinawa, and then you would train with the Thai SEALs, the Filipino SEALs, so on and so forth. You do exercises with Big Navy. So at that time, some of those bigger ships, whatever the boat is that's a little bit smaller than an aircraft carrier. In my whole Navy career, I've only spent like less than 30 days on a Navy ship, and it was right after 9/11 when they brought us to some locations. So, but some people did a whole 6-month deployment on and off a boat. And so you would just go around the world doing training and foreign internal defense. And and then it all changed.
Yeah. So can you take us there? Like you're a Navy SEAL, you're in Okinawa, the planes hit the towers. Like what happened? Like what happened?
Yeah, it was totally crazy. I think for anyone else, you remember watching the news. It was in an evening. I don't remember what the time change is, but it was like 6 p.m. or something in Okinawa. I remember we had just got back from the gym. We're having some dinner, and then we all just started, we would stay in the enlisted barracks there on Kadena Air Force Base. And we just started coming out of our rooms going, wow, this is crazy. Right. And then, our chief had us meet down at our little spot, and they started, taking orders from back home. And then we were on a boat within essentially, I think it was 2 or 3 days, we left Kadena.
Wow. Are you allowed to tell us where they sent you from there?
Yes, I am, because it's all that part of the operation. Most of it was declassified, but I couldn't. So I'm going to try to remember the places. It was places where there was, it was Indonesia, parts of the PI, and some other little islands over there where I think it was Abu Sayyaf and was in and around there. But we also had like government contractors, like teachers in these locations, in these villages. And so there was just some like operations about getting people safe, making sure that Americans that were in scary places could be, exfilled from there, could be taken out of there. And then there was an actual over the beach reconnaissance that we did, which is pretty much what SEALs used to do before the wars in the desert kicked off. That was our bread and butter all the way back to the T guys, right? And so we got to actually do one of those. And I can't even remember the location, but it was a location that we were considering the Marines were going to take the beach. And so we had to do a recon of the beach for the Marines and stuff. And then, go a little bit in country and scope it out. So that's pretty much what we did.
So it wasn't actually straight to the Middle East. You actually stayed closer to your base of operation and secured things, made sure everything was straight there first before moving.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. So it was about a little over a year, I think a year, and let me double check, after 9/11 to the invasion of Iraq was a year and 6 months and 9 days. Thanks, Grok. And so during that time, are you expecting to go to the desert? They're telling you you're going to the sandbox. You're just waiting.
Yeah. So how it worked for us, and this was 21 years ago, so I'm trying to remember all the nuances of that. But I remember that we came home knowing that there were some people that were going to get to go. Well, I think when we came back from our deployment, SEAL Team 3 had, because on the West Coast, you have SEAL Team 1, 3, 5, and now 7 is on the West Coast as well. And so you got 1, 3, 5, 7, and we used to deploy in rotations. And essentially 3 had left as we were coming back. And I believe they may have went to Afghanistan. And so at Team 5, we knew we had to change our training cycle and that we were going to go somewhere, hopefully, where the action was within a year. And so how it worked out for us is my AOIC, which we call our assistant platoon commanders, assistant officer in charge from that deployment that I was on, my second deployment, he was going to be a platoon commander, and he started to kind of handpick a platoon. And we ended up being one of the platoons selected for a task unit that was going to go to Iraq in 2003, right around the initial push, because that hadn't been released yet. So essentially, we trained for a year, knew we were going to be going to Iraq. And what happened is when the war kicked off, SEAL Team 3 was there, and they took down some of those gas and oil platforms in different areas. They didn't want it to turn into the same thing that happened in the Gulf War, where they were lighting stuff on fire, right? And so I want to say it was either February or March 2003. Do you remember the runways they took down outside of before they pushed into Baghdad? There were some runways. So we staged in, I forget where everyone was staging right outside. And then they flew us in on a 130 to one of those airstrips, and we got off all our gear. SEAL Team 3 got on with their gear, and then we finished the push into Baghdad with the Army and the Marines. And then we set up our task unit there to do kill capture missions for the deck of cards and the blacklist. In
Baghdad.
Correct.
So right at the beginning, right at the spear tip.
Yeah.
Very, very neat. And how long were you guys doing those operations there?
Well, if I remember correctly, so we deployed in like February, March timeframe. I think the push, I think they took Baghdad, if my memory serves me correct, March, April, like May, June-ish. Does that sound about right? Somewhere. Yeah. Whenever we took Baghdad and they established the green zone, which was like BIOP, right? And then there was our task unit was set up right inside there. So my guess is we started taking those missions around May, June, and we stayed till October. So about five months.
It says, I don't know how correct this is, but Grok says April 9th, they took Baghdad.
Okay. So we were on that initial push. And then, so if it was April, I'd say within 30 days, we were already set up and doing missions there. Yeah. So right around there, April, May, that sounds about right.
Okay. And so you were there for how many months? Sorry.
I think we were relieved. I think we came home in October, like either end of September or end of October.
Got it. Yeah. I can't imagine by the time I got to Iraq, we were north of Baghdad, but I would go there all the time to Baghdad. And within 2 years, they had like this whole infrastructure. The military had set up this entire infrastructure in Baghdad. So there was massive, not in Baghdad, but in Iraq in general, there's massive bases like LSA Anaconda that had a movie theater and like a bus, you hop on the bus to go from one place to another, like 2 different defects, giant, like it was like, but when you guys are there, like, where are you guys like hold up? Like where you set up shop at in Baghdad?
Yeah. So when we actually on the initial push in, we were eating MREs and, digging holes for our restroom, no showers. We were using baby wipes. And so once we got into the green zone in there in Biop, once the airport was secured, there was how he had castles all over Iraq?
Yeah.
Right. So there was one castle that was close to the airport, and I'm forgetting which one it was, but we set up there was like real close to that. There was like a, like where the help used to live, but it was a compound. So we just set up, first we were sleeping on sleeping bags and Humvees. And then once the airport was taken down, they started bringing in those big tents. Right. And I think Kellogg, Brown and Root sent up a galley, and then the Army set up showers. And so things got built up within like 30, 60 days there. And that's where we called it. There was an old Vietnam SEAL. It was Warrant Officer Posey, and he got to name our camp. He was a reservist and that was activated and came over, and the camp that we stayed in was Camp Jenny Posey, named after his daughter.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so you, trying to think of how to ask this. So, first of all, how long did you have to go without taking a shower?
Oh, it was
approximately.
Approximately. Wow. 2 months, maybe a little more.
Wow. That's so we had a guy that came on the show, a Marine who was in the initial push as well. And I think he said he went a month without a shower. But yeah, two is intense. That must've got real intimate between you and your buddies.
Yeah, it was. Well, so it's interesting because what I called, big Army or the Marine Corps, you guys take everything with you. You know what I mean? You guys have, but we basically had a 16-man platoon. I don't know how they run ops now, but 16 men in a platoon. If it was a task unit, times 2. But we had slick Humvees, so there was no up armored Humvees. We had Toyota pickup trucks, those white ones you see that all the terrorists use around the world. The Hilux Toyotas. And so essentially we didn't have anything, box of MREs, and we were basically getting them from the Marine Corps and the Army once we ran out. So we would, we'd kind of do some operations with them on the push in. And then we finally and so we may have been in some locations at the wrong time where we might've been able to borrow a shower from them. But we made it work.
Right. And we mentioned earlier about how you so much time goes by and you forget who these people's names are and that kind of. Is it different with the SEAL teams? Because it's such an intimate experience that you guys, you stay in touch more with more of those guys than other people you served with? For
sure. So I served at SEAL Team 5 the whole time. I finished my career as a first phase BUDS instructor, but everyone that I served with in those 3 platoons, I still remember intimately, because you basically lived together for 2 years. A normal workup back in the day was 18-month workup in a 6-month deployment. So I did that twice. So you spend 2 years with these guys. And with training, even in peacetime, back in the day, you were away from home probably 275 to over 300 days a year, because you would go to training schools separately, like if you're a medic or a breacher or free fall, and then you go on training with your platoon. So yes, I would remember those people, but I would say now after my career, I keep in fairly close contact with probably out of all 3 of those platoons. And, because we're all over the country now, I would say I keep in close contact with about 20 or 30 guys that I served with. We still email, text, link up every now and again, go to one of these swimming events or whatever, so yeah, it's pretty cool. It's like if I didn't talk to him for 20 years, it would just be like, yesterday when you get together. So it's pretty cool.
Right. That is cool. Have you read the book Tribe by Sebastian Junger?
Oh yeah. So it's on my recommended book reading list.
Nice. And could you tell the audience why?
Well, now obviously as a military, as a therapist, a mental health therapist, now what I'm doing, we can get into that, I'm sure, but basically I'm a mental health clinician and I specialize in PTSD and SUD, substance use. And so Sebastian's book does a really good job of explaining why transitions are so difficult for the military population or any population that bonds very strongly with and intimately with another group of people, and how really we're all tribal in nature. And so, he does a really good job of like talking about tribal cultures around the world, and then kind of laying that out for us. And so the other thing is, I've left my tribe in the teams, and I did that many years ago, and we still keep in contact. But along the way, I've had different tribes since then, because you have to be able to have this connectedness with other people, and how important that is. So not just to look back and be depressed and bummed out that you don't get to, bond intimately with these people you did for a period of time in your life, but to create that in whatever that next mission you have is. So that's why I love the book. It's great. And it's helped a lot of men and women that, have served and now also in the first responder community.
That bond, like you said, it's a sense of identity that transcends organization, titles, that type of thing, because it's about what you're doing with other people and the effort that you put into it, and that shared connection.
Right. 100%. And even, outside of the military, like in these far off distant tribal communities, they live a pretty rugged and difficult life, and they have to rely on each other, and the connections are strong. And so I think that even in our life here, in the Western society, if we don't find that connectedness, that shared, value and culture, and be able to experience that with other people, we're going to feel disconnected and alone. And that's where, life starts to take a turn down the wormhole.
Yeah. I can relate to that because, I grew up in, basically, you could call it poverty, but I had a group of friends, my boys, that like I grew up with, and these are the guys that like, we had each other's backs, right? And we suffered together, but we had fun together too. And then I went straight to the military, but I was I moved from Canada to Iowa and joined the Iowa Army National Guard. And within 2 weeks, I was off to basic training. Within 6 months later, I was off to Iraq.
Yeah.
Or maybe 8 months later. So,
wow.
And then I had that whole, but I was in the Iowa Army National Guard, and I didn't I didn't grow up in the same town as these guys. Were literally serving with people they went to high school with and stuff like that, right? And then there was me, some Canadian guy. So I built this bond with these guys. But then when I got back home, everyone back to their small towns in Iraq, and I was very much alone. It felt like I was, and I had to really work through that. And that book by Sebastian Junger really helped me. And that's one of the reasons why I got into working with veterans, was because it was a way for me to get some of that camaraderie back,
Right.
And so I wanted to transition to, the origin stories of Michael.
Can we do a little before the Navy SEALs and do a little expose? We want to talk about how y'all met in class afterwards and careers in counseling, but let's rewind a little bit. What inspired you to join the Navy?
Yeah. So I grew up in a town in Northern California called Los Gatos. So I was born in Los Gatos, and just for reference, for context, it's about a 20-mile drive through the mountains to Santa Cruz, California, which is the Monterey Bay, and it's towards Silicon Valley. So all the neighboring cities to this little town, Los Gatos, are San Jose, Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, where the Niners play. It's not the San Francisco 49ers. It's really the Santa Clara 49ers. It's right off the 101 freeway, and And so that's kind of like where I grew up, was in the Bay Area, like this, what they would consider South Bay, San Francisco. So those were my stomping grounds growing up. And you know, when my parents divorced, we moved to Santa Cruz, and I lived back and forth from Santa Cruz pretty much my whole life. So I grew up in Los Gatos and Santa Cruz. Then I started after high school, didn't know what I wanted to do. I wanted to go serve in the military. And, you know, my dad had been drafted during Vietnam, and he was like, yeah, don't go into the military. And I was 18 years old at the time. And so he just said, go to junior college and figure out what you want to do. So I went to a small community college there called West Valley Junior College. And I was a horrible student in high school. I was not focused on academics at all. It was about having fun, you know, and cutting school and to go over Santa Cruz to surf all day. So anyway, went to West Valley College, and for some reason, administration of justice classes seemed like the only thing that was going to be fun for me. So I ended up finishing a degree there. I didn't finish my degree and then become a cop. I actually, right when I was old enough, at 20 years old, you can start testing for certain departments. Some departments wanted you to have like 60 units, but the California Highway Patrol only required a high school diploma. And a family friend of mine was a highway patrolman, so chatted with him, applied at 20 years old, and was in the academy. So it just kind of like happened that way. It was never, if you went to high school with me and all my friends that I'm still in contact with, the least likely person to become a cop that you'd ever, you know, go to high school with. So anyway, I did that for 5 years. It was a lot of fun. Got to be a motor cop, got to just like cruise around, and, you know, a job serving other people that was fun, you know, because when you're 20, 21 years old, who doesn't want to carry a gun and a badge and do whatever you want, right? And help people, right? Chase bad guys. Yeah. So did that for 5 years. And then I lateraled over to a different agency there. I kind of just got bored with just doing mainly traffic stuff. You know, I mean, listen, there was a lot of other things that the Highway Patrol does in certain areas of California, but I wanted to do like real police work. And I actually lateraled over to an organization that does police and fire. There's only two in the state of California, Sunnyvale and Roanoke Park. And so Sunnyvale DPS, they train you as you're a cop, a fireman, and a medic. And so, yeah, worked there for 2.5 years. And during that time, I'm getting a little bit older, right? I'm like 26 or 27, realizing I don't want to be a cop my whole life, and that I had kind of given up my childhood dream of going into the military. And at that time, I was old and mature enough to not worry about hurting my dad's feelings. So I had read an article in Popular Mechanics that came out somewhere in the 90s, in like 94, 95 timeframe. And that was it. I basically went and saw a recruiter within 3 to 6 months of reading that article. Every family member and friend of mine told me I was crazy. What was I doing? I was leaving this 7.5-year career, making a lot of money, and I was going to run away to chase a childhood dream, you know. And at the time too, I was also dating my now wife. You know, we've been married for 27 years, and we were kind of at the beginning of trying to figure out a very complicated relationship. And so it was just the pull. I just realized that if I missed this window, and I had to get an age waiver to go into the Navy and some medical waivers for some injuries and to get into BUDS. The age waiver was for BUDS, not the Navy. But anyway, it was just something that I knew I had to do, that I would never forgive myself for not trying to do it, and that I was going to time myself out. So that was kind of the iteration to getting into the Navy in my childhood. It was,
What was it about the Popular Mechanics article that was like, that's it, I'm doing this?
So I knew I wanted to serve, you know, both my grandfathers. One grandfather served in the Navy in World War II, and there was these stories of him. He was on a mine sweep and his boat got blown up twice. And my other grandfather on my dad's side was in the Army Air Corps and was a pilot. And then my dad was drafted during Vietnam. And so I knew I wanted to serve in the military, and I knew based on my personality, I wanted to do something that was adventurous, wasn't sure whether it was going to be, Army Rangers, Green Berets, and then just reading the article, there was in the water. So I grew up surfing my whole life in Santa Cruz. Like in fourth grade, I started surfing. And so there was something about the ocean and knowing, the ocean can be so dangerous and scary at times. And there's this odd relationship you have, being in this environment that's unpredictable. And it was that combined with what they did, sea, air, land, right? And it just was like, okay, that's it.
Do a lot of surfers go into like the SEALs or Navy?
So it's interesting. Most team guys, I'll just give you, like, most team guys have done something in the water. You hear these weird stories of people that never even knew how to swim, but they learned how and trained and came to BUD/S. But the number one thing I think that sets SEAL training apart from the other special operations units is all the water. You got to be really, really comfortable in the water. And so there's that panic factor when an air supply is taken away underwater. And if you panic, it's never going to work. If you can relax in that environment and make it through training, then, you'll be okay. And so essentially I would say that, yes, there were a lot of surfers and then a lot of guys that did like water polo and swimming too, like a lot of collegiate swimmers, collegiate water polo players. And yeah.
That makes sense. I hadn't really actually thought about that before, but so it wasn't the Charlie Sheen movie, Navy SEALs, that made you do.
No, I don't even know when that came out, but it was that Popular Mechanics. In fact, I think they were on the cover of that magazine. Then I started reading all the Dick Marcinko books and everything while I was getting ready. And yeah.
Was it a new weapon or gadget maybe that was being featured in the magazine that the SEALs were using?
It could have been. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I just bring up that I think that movie came out in '88 or something like that. I might go back and watch it just for fun, but it's pretty ridiculous, I'm betting, as far as like being real.
Yeah. Well, so a funny story about that is that when Top Gun came out, I was in high school, and because my grandfather was a pilot, he flew for a living after he got out of, the military. And then my dad was also a private pilot. He used to fly smaller Cessnas and gliders, and I wanted to be Top Gun. And so, but my grades, like I told you before, were horrible, right? Right. And so I think it came out when I was a junior or senior, and one of my friend's dads said, well, there's these military prep academies and you can get into one of those and do this. And so I explored that, actually got accepted to a military prep school that was going to take me probably 2 years to clean up my grades and then hopefully get into the Naval Academy, which, I think now wouldn't even be possible. But back in the 80s, there was kind of a backdoor way for people that, but that dream died quickly within a year or so. But it was watching the movie that made me want to do that, it was incredible.
Got it. I still love that movie. I love the new one too. The new one was pretty good too.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you joined the Navy and you went in as a corpsman, which is the Navy's equivalent of a medic in the Army?
Yeah. So now it's all different. But back then you had to have a SEAL source rating. There was no SO, which is their rate. They have their own rating now. It's SEAL operator. But back then you became like a gunner's mate, a corpsman, aviation ordnanceman, whatever. It had to be a specific rating. You couldn't be an MP in the Navy and go to BUD/S. You had to have a specific rate. So I chose corpsman because I thought if I got injured or something happened and I had to go to the fleet, and then that I would at least have my medic training to fall back on. And then when I got out, I could go back to police work or firefighting. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. So I guess in my head, I was thinking that you served as just a corpsman for a little bit and then went into the SEALs, but you went directly into the teams.
So that was the pipeline then. So what you would do is you go to 3 months basic training and there was no guarantees back then. Now you can do like a SEAL contract, you go to basic training for 3 months with your rate. And then while you're there, you can screen for BUD/S. And if you can get in and get selected, that you could go to BUD/S. And so after basic training, if you made screening, then I went to basic hospital corps school there in Great Lakes for 3 months. And then directly from there, they shot me to Balboa Hospital waiting for the next BUDS class to start. So yeah, I never went to go be a corpsman anywhere.
Got it. And that's right where you do BUDS, right? Right next to Balboa Hospital, right?
Yeah, Coronado's right over the bridge.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to remember my year and a half in San Diego there, or 2 years or however it was. Yeah. So I don't want to spend too much time on it because we got a lot of stuff I want to ask you about.
That was
Go
great,
ahead, Mike.
Because you did tell us about your deployments a little bit, and now we know the lead up into that, how to become a Navy SEAL. So the medic training was really top notch for going into that direction.
So basically the Navy Basic Hospital Corps School is the same medical training that any corpsman would start their medical career in the Navy, right? It's your basic A school. And then if you were going to get a specialty, you'd go to a C school. But if you're going to BUDS, you basically, after you graduate BUDS, for a corpsman, you were then going to be a medic, a special operations combat medic. So after BUDS, before I went to SEAL Team 5, when all my classmates went to their assigned SEAL teams, all the corpsmen went out to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, to 18 Delta, which is your SOCM medic course. And then they have the short course, which is 6 months long. And then if you're staying for the long course, you stay an additional 6 months, which is a full year. And if you stay for the full year in the Navy, and so Rangers, Green Berets, Air Force, PJs and CCTs, and then corpsmen that are going to Marine Reconnaissance Corpsmen. So
yeah,
all those medics go there, and you either do the short course, which is 6 months, or the 1 year course, which is a year. In the SEAL teams, we would go for the 6 month course, and then you become a medic, right? A SOCM medic. You'd go do a couple platoons or deployments, and then you'd come back to finish your long course later. Most other, like I think in the Army, in the Rangers and Green Berets, they stay for the full year right out of the gate. So anyway, I went back to Fort Bragg for 6 months, became a medic, then came back out to the West Coast to SEAL Team 5.
Got it.
Okay.
So talking about BUDS, most have seen like trails of BUDS or whatever. Like, is there an accurate portrayal that you've seen of BUDS, like in media? Like you both you went there and passed it, and you were an instructor. So
yeah, so I really haven't in any of the movies. I think how they try to screen people out for BUDS is to really figure out who wants to be there. I think there's a lot of people that think they want to be Navy SEALs, and then they get there and they realize that, yeah, it was a cool thing to do. I've been to BUDS, I screened, but I'm not really willing to put up with this to become a SEAL. And then you have to prepare for overuse injuries. And so for people that like when you're young, you essentially think you can overcome anything, right? Like, and you kind of can, because the initial screening is not that difficult if you really think about it, right? Like they don't make it impossible, but if you haven't been training and mainly putting a lot of miles in running, then you're going to get overuse injuries, stress fractures, and different things that are going to basically roll you out,
tendon problems and things like that. Yep. And a lot of it's just pushing through those injuries basically, or not, right?
Yeah. Well, you hear, like, if you know who David Goggins is, and like,
sure, his book. Yeah, I read his book.
Yeah. I mean, there's crazy like dudes that just make through, running on stress fractures, duct tape in their feet, like horrible. It's going to be horrible for anyone that goes through and uncomfortable, but some of those guys really went through it,
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, BUDS was BUDS, to be honest. I wouldn't say that I had fun, but it wasn't a miserable experience for me.
No, you didn't have a moment where you're like, fuck this, I'm out?
Never, not even close.
Never.
But I think for me, what was different is I was 27 years old. I had to get an age waiver to go through. I knew that it's what I wanted to do. And I also knew that, that because I think because I was a cop from 21 to 27, I grew up pretty fast. I matured, right? Like in some ways, in a lot of ways I didn't mature, and in some ways I did. But for me, I pretty much knew what I was getting into, that it was going to be a kick in the junk for 6 months, but that, the day is going to end. It's going to roll into the next day, into the next day, into the next day. And I had prepared, to come in. And so I wasn't lagging behind physically on any of the evolutions. So your main evolutions are running, the O course, and swimming, open ocean swimming. And then the rest is just a kick in the junk, carrying boats, rolling around in the sand, getting chafed, all that stuff, right? So it's a grind, but I had already kind of mentally prepared myself. So yeah, there was never a time where, fortunately for me, because it just, and that was also a summer hell week. So by the way, though, I grew up in the ocean in Santa Cruz with 50 surfing in high 40 and 50-degree waters, right? So cold, it was cold, right? It's not cold like San Diego doesn't get cold like Santa Cruz gets cold. And so I wasn't, I was cold and uncomfortable, but it wasn't like a new experience for me.
That makes a lot of sense. So what was the biggest difference being from being there to being on the trainer side and watching it? Was there can you tell us about the contrast there? Yeah.
So interesting. And without giving away too many secrets.
Sure.
What I realized, and by the way, when I was a BUDS instructor, I had just done 3 deployments back to back to back. I had a lot of personal issues going on, like in my family, and, with me, I wasn't really in a good place mentally. I was abusing substances. And so I really enjoyed my job there, but being a medic, I really wasn't one of the instructors that had a need to get into people's faces a lot. I was more there as an instructor, but also monitoring. I was in charge of everyone's safety, right? So this was the part that I realized as an instructor that I didn't realize as, someone going through BUDS, is that everything is built around safety there. So you would, like when I was in BUDS and they'd send a guy into the water with a thermometer and they'd come back out, I had no idea what that's for. I thought, okay, this is just what they do. But the guy with the thermometer comes back to the corpsman, which would be me, and I would look at the thermometer, and then I would look into my book. I'd send him back with his BUDS class, and I'd let the instructors know, okay, this is based on the temperature of the water. You can keep them in for this long, then they have to come out for this long. You can keep them in for this long, that long. So in the wintertime, they stay in the water less, and they run around more, essentially. And so it's like a scientific, it's not just like it was, I think, when the Vietnam UDTers were going through BUDS, where it was just different. It was like, how bad can you just smash people, right?
Right. So
this was like organized and scientifically chaos, right? Like you can still make someone really uncomfortable, but do it in a safe way, as safe a way as possible.
So it's more of like you're creating the illusion of suffering, although they're still suffering, but there's all these different safety protocols going on behind the scenes that that makes a lot of sense. And thank you for sharing that little inner insight there.
That's a really interesting perspective, and it's better if you don't know that, because you need the mystery when you're going through the first time. It's about learning how to conquer that fear.
Right. And some of the things that you can't control, like for instance, there was a guy in my BUDS class who was a stud, and he had given up a job as a cop, and he came there, and during Hell Week, one of the instructors was like hanging on the boat and jerking the boat around, and just based on the way they were positioned under the boat, he broke his neck. And so this was an instructor that was not trying to break someone's neck, but essentially did, and ended his career in the Navy. And so there's some things when you create realistic training, people get hurt. Like when I was training to go to Iraq, a reserve SEAL who was brought in to help us with training threw a grenade simulator like 1 foot from my face and blew my ear off. And so you're not supposed to throw grenade simulators 1 foot from someone.
Right.
They simulate something like an explosion and frag that goes places, right? So, and those things happen throughout training, accidents that you can't really avoid, like even training with parachute accidents and stuff like that, diving equipment accidents. So yeah, some of those things you can't control that happen that are unfortunate.
Yeah. I wanted to, transition from, so you're BUD/S instructor, you're dealing with substance use issues and family issues, and that likely related to trauma and not knowing how to cope, correct?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. And so I don't know how much you want to share about like the details of that, but I guess my question would be, what kind of services were available and what was the culture like in the SEALs as far as asking for help with stuff like that?
Yeah. No, I'd be happy to, because it's what I do now. It's what kind of my getting help and getting sober was what actually turned my life around. And I think that I can't blame, I never blame my behavior or my substance abuse on PTS or substance use disorder. But I could say that for some of us, there was a ton of stigma at the time for reaching out for help if you were struggling. And it's part of the culture, right? Drinking alcohol and living fast and not thinking, all those kind of things that we do to get those cheap dopamine hits to feel good when we're not feeling good. And then there's the whole, we won't get into it here, but then there's that whole book that's been written. It's a really good book on operator syndrome. And you don't have to just be a special operations operator to suffer from operator syndrome. It's, first responders are experiencing the same thing right now by being under a high allostatic load, which is a stress load for long periods of time, and how that degrades our whole system, right? So for me though, I was struggling with my kind of reintegrating back to my life, like leaving the teams after just being a pirate for 3 years and being away from my family for so long, and picked up all these bad habits. And then when I decided to go to shore duty to become an instructor, I was angry and bitter and resentful that I couldn't keep deploying. And so what I did, looking back now, is I started to turn to activities that were counterproductive to being a good husband, being a good father, being a good teammate. And I basically just started using those substances to self-medicate. And so they finally came to a head. I'll make this as brief as possible. It finally came to a head where my wife gave me an ultimatum that I knew was real, that I needed to get help. And if I didn't do it and succeed this time, that was, going to be an issue. And then I also got in some trouble in the Navy and talked to an old Vietnam frog who had broken service. So he served in Vietnam. He was kind of a legend, came back after like 20 years and then was in the teams, but was an older Vietnam guy, like same age as my dad, essentially. And he was someone that I respected a lot, and went to him and asked him what I should do based on the situation that I'm in. And he said, you need to get out, take care of yourself, take care of your family. And so I was, that's kind of how it all happened, and by the way, I was in trouble in the Navy, so they didn't want me anymore. It was kind of put me on a timeout as well. So essentially, I transitioned, and I didn't do good in the transition initially, because then I was still anger, bitter, and resentful. Like, hey, how did all this happen? And I was in denial, and then there was all the stigma. But essentially, in 2010, I decided to go into so I tried to get into VVSD, which was where I met, right?
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, but you have to be a homeless veteran to get there. But my wife and I owned a home, and we were living, and so that wasn't an option for me. I could go up to the VA to get in a short-term program, which is where I started my career in SARTIP, but essentially I chose another program, a faith-based program that was out in East County that someone recommended to me. And I stayed there for a year.
Wow.
And yeah, I took a leave of absence from my job. At the time, I was working as doing bounty hunting essentially for Aladdin
Mm-hmm,
bail bonds,
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
and then also doing personal protection for the Prince of Equatorial Guinea. And so
Okay.
took a leave of absence from those jobs, had full intention of doing a 90-day stint and then coming right back and getting my life back together. But when I got there and I was honest with myself, I realized that life was over if I wanted to actually have a family and stay sober and everything. And so I resigned from those positions, from treatment, and stayed, for the whole year. And then afterward, try to figure out what I wanted to do. And I had considered coming back, like being a chaplain, either a military chaplain or the VA. And I just, in that whole process, realized that wasn't what was in the cards for me. It wasn't something that I could see myself doing long term, but I wanted to help people in a way that these people stepped into my life at the right time, which was basically helping me with my, PTS and my substance use. So that's how my wife found the USC program online, that military social work program.
Yeah, I had a similar experience where I went to Iraq 05, 06, came back a mess, but had no idea why or even that I was a mess. Substance use and girls and all kinds of stuff like that, just tanking my life down the toilet. And my move was that when we got activated as a brigade to go to Afghanistan. And so I was like, and I was getting out. So I was like, okay, let me re-up and go to Afghanistan. That seems like the best move for me at the time. Thankfully, I had an injury to my shoulder that prevented me from completing that deployment and sending me to Fort Gordon, where Fort Gordon has, I forget what they call it, but it's a holdover place where you're going to the hospital and you're just hanging out. And I don't know what it's like there now, but at the time it was hell, because they wouldn't let you go anywhere. They're essentially treating you like a private, and your only job was to go to the hospital for your physical therapy or whatever, and then come back to your room. And so we would drink. So that made things even worse. We were drinking every night sometimes there. And I won't get into embarrassing stuff, but I was not behaving like a good person. And so similarly, I got in trouble with the law. What happened to me, and that was basically my kick in the ass to go. It wasn't about, I didn't have a family or anything at the time. It was like, I'm too pretty to go to prison, and so I got to do something about this. So that's how I got into. And so how I found out about the USC program was I was doing social work at the University of South Dakota. We went to present some research that we were working on at a conference somewhere. I can't remember off the top of my head, in South Carolina. And they had I guess it was a fair, for a grad school fair. So I was going around, and it was like, I talked to this lady who was like, I don't know, it was like synchronicity or something, because I saw this lady, said military social work program. Like, I was like, this is for me. And at that moment, as soon as I met that lady, I locked in on, I'm going to do everything I possibly can to get into that program, to include I don't want, this is your story, not mine, but I basically, I was single-mindedly focused to get into that program. And so that's why I was in that, it's the year-long version, the expedited version. That's why I came in at 14, but left after 15. But yeah, similar experience, getting into helping others, because I got similar help. I had to force it on myself, and a judge as well. But but I'm glad, I would be dead or in jail, had a judge not, given me a chance to get my shit together. So I'm very grateful for that. And that's kind of why I got into it as well. So now that you've been doing that for, over 10 years, Talk to us about that journey, as far as like countertransference, dealing with stuff like that. Countertransference, for those who don't know, is like when you're a counselor and something somebody you're treating, it can trigger you and that kind of thing. And also, how do you, how important is your own personal mental health and resiliency, like in keeping all that stuff in order to do this job? And Mike has a question.
This class you're describing, that's when y'all met each other. Y'all ended up enrolling in the same class around the same time. Right?
Exact same time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. And thank you for clearing that up. We weren't in the same cohort. Yeah, because I was essentially in the second half of the cohort, even though it was my first year there, and Mike was in the first half of so he was like essentially like a year behind me, but we were there at the exact same time. And it was a really cool program, right?
Oh, it was amazing. Yeah, it was amazing. You remember Jen Parga? I still keep in contact with Jen Parga.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, she was a recruiter there, still works for USC. Her husband's a cop at San Diego Police Department. And anyway, I do work with, some of their officers that are getting treatment. So to your question, it's been an amazing journey. I kind of knew, it's just so interesting when you look back, that like the work that we did, what we learned in that program on mental health, my emphasis was in mental health, with a sub-concentration in military and veteran families, and essentially, then went to VVSD and worked there, which is an inpatient substance abuse program for veterans. And then from there, I went up to the VA in San Diego onto an inpatient unit for substance abuse. And there was also a PTSD track there. And I did some work at the Aspire Center, which is a VA place that's a residential PTSD program there. And then from there, I went to Vet Centers, which is also a VA organization, but they were stood up after the Vietnam War, and they treat specifically, in order to get treated at a vet center, you have to be a combat vet or a military sexual trauma survivor. So it's a smaller it's an outpatient clinics that treat a specific population. So essentially my whole career from USC to what I'm doing now, I work for a healthcare organization for the last 2 years, and I work treating PTSD in first responders. And so I think during that kind of journey, this last 10-year journey, since school and learning how to be a clinician, I've utilized all my life experience as a first responder and in the military, and then my experiences and difficult transitions and substance use disorder and challenges unpacking years of trauma to help other people on that same journey. And so I think that for the first few years, obviously you have to learn. I always say, before you're good at anything, you got to do it for 5 years. I kind of feel like at 5 years, you've kind of like seen everything. You still get better, but you have a pretty good idea of how to do what you're doing. And so I think, it's been the same for me. This last 5 years has been where I really feel confident and comfortable in how to help other people along the way. And one of the things you have to realize is that you can't help everyone at that particular time, because the person actually has to be ready, and they have to want to get better, and they have to apply these, essentially the protocols that you're delivering. They have to have an open mind, want to learn them and apply them in their life. And so it's not really so much about me as a clinician as a vessel for them to guide them along this journey of their own. And so I think I've found a way to do that is helpful to a lot of people. And so it's a very sacred mission for me, because I know that you made a statement earlier that I connected to, Dave, which was true for me as well. Had I not gotten help, I would have been dead or in prison by now. And I really thank my wife for sticking with me through some hard times, when I wasn't being a good person and when I was not doing well, and forcing me to get help. And in her doing that, and me getting the help that I needed, I'm here today. And so had I not got that help and accepted it and did the hard work to get to where I am today, I would be dead or in prison. There's no doubt about it. Or I'd be living on the street somewhere. And so I know that's possible. And I know that I can meet people that are on that path and different levels. We call it rock bottom in the recovery community, right? Everybody's rock bottom is different. You can take someone that's at a position in their life that they don't want to be, they don't know how they got there, and they feel there's no way out, and you can help guide them to having their best life. But it's really up to them. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is I feel really good about the fact that I feel confident and comfortable in my ability to help guide people to that place.
Yeah. And then when they don't, they take a different path, and it's not their time yet, and it's not something you did or didn't do. Did you struggle with that early on with people that?
Oh yeah. I thought, if I learn this and I do this, I'm going to fix everyone, And what you realize is that that's not the case, right? Because if I look back to my journey prior to getting sober, I had been trying for 5 years, right, to clean up my life in a lot of areas. I was living outside my core values. And so, and one of the main things that I was using to keep me from that was mind altering substances. I was an alcoholic, I was dabbling in drugs. And so essentially, you have to figure out how to get that back. And so I think for everyone, the journey is different, but I thought in the beginning I'd be able to fix everyone. And what I realized very quickly is that no, it took you 5 years to get to where you finally were. And it's going to take some of these people the same amount of time.
Yeah, that makes sense. So you mentioned, your wife and, how big of a role she's played in all this. I mean, you guys have been through, more than one thing, more than three probably, that can break a lot of marriages. Do you have, I don't know, words of wisdom or advice for, about marriage, or just to share with the audience just in general? Or
well, it's the most important decision you'll ever make is who you're going to partner with for life. And so I can say for me that I was fortunate enough to meet the person that I knew was my person. But then I can also say that I didn't, because I was young and had all these other, there is something to wisdom, right? Like you learn, I think our journey is, as we get older, we look back and realize, wow, I really missed the mark there. I really wish that I would have known what I know now then, but in a marriage, if you know that it's your person, they can help you be your best self. And so I think that, since 2010, I've actually done what I wanted to do when I married my wife, which was back in we got married in 97. And I knew her and were dating her prior to 97. So we've known each other 33 years. We've been dating for about 30 years, been married 27-ish. Well, the 27 I know for sure, but the others are ishes. Is that essentially it's a difficult journey no matter what. But if you prioritize that one relationship over everything else, then it's going to bear fruit. And if you just make a decision to partner up with someone to be their partner for life, and then you are selfish or try to do things on your own, there's just something about that partnership that's lacking. So for me, the more that I poured into my marriage and made decisions based on what's best for that in the last 14 years, it's been amazing. I mean, I won't get into the gory details, but it was really, really bad for a section there. And to see where we are today is just unbelievable, because it was, for us, it's made our relationship even stronger and better and more intimate. And we're able to, regular life challenges, which are difficult, seem like nothing, because once we put our minds together, and if you're sober and in your right mind and working together, you can get through it.
You mentioned core values. Could you talk about how that's important in I guess, figuring out how to be the best version of yourself?
Yeah. So the way I look at it now is we are biopsychosocial spiritual creatures. And so this is kind of my, this is my therapist / just me as a human being. But, you know, we have our biology, our physical health, and some of that's our nervous system and that aspect of us. And then there's the psychological piece, which is the things that we struggle with psychologically in many different ways, or some things that are biologically imposed on us that interfere with our psychological piece, right? And then there's our social part of life, which is who we hang around with, what we do in our little tribes, right? I look at the social pieces like tribes. And so we can have different tribes, but that's my thing is be careful who you're spending a lot of your time with, because that's really who you are as a person. And so that part of my life changed a lot in my recovery. I realized, wow, this is like my social piece was off, you know, because it wasn't that I was hanging out with bad people. It was just bad people. It was just people that lived outside my core values, but I had made those my core values. And so, so then you have the social piece, and then there's the spiritual piece. And so everybody in the world gets down different spiritually. And no matter what that is, you have to really lean into that and understand that that's one of your 4 pillars as well. So once you get those things squared away, and then those, in my opinion, are your core values. And if you're living a good, healthy life to the extent that you can, right, physically, which means eat right, work out, and get sleep, in my opinion. Psychologically, have self-care. If you need to see a counselor, see a counselor. If you're abusing, if you're living, like if you're doing something that's not good for your mind, like if you're engaging in politics and it's making you mad or depressed, quit watching the news, you know, like all these, or if you're depressed, figure out how you can work on your depression. If you're, you know, whatever that is, like get help with that piece. And then the, you know, the social aspect of it. And then same with the spiritual aspect, you know, and if you're doing all those things, the best that you can, then your life's going to be pretty good, I think, you know, outside of those unforeseen things that happen in life that we have to accept.
I really like how that boils down to 4 pillars, and that's absolutely right. We are biopsychosocial spiritual beings. And it's funny how you can be doing a little better or worse in any one of those categories, but in order to truly excel in any of those categories, you have to work on all 4 of them. Any one of those will hold the other 3 back. It will.
100%. Yep.
Yeah. You know, what's interesting is I've been dealing with like this terrible sciatica pain for the last 3 months. And I signed up for this coaching program, and what was interesting is it's the exact same treatment protocol for chronic low back pain as it is for mental health or anything. Is, you know, that it's amazing how similar it is. It's like they want you focusing on prioritizing sleep, prioritize
Hello, humans.
This is Mike and Dave's Multiverse. Welcome to our series of interviews where we share the experiences, stories, and insights of our friends from all walks of life and all corners of this beautiful globe.
We hope you find the conversation interesting, illuminating, and uplifting. The goal of our channel is to bring people together, so please subscribe. And if you enjoyed today's interview, hit the like button and leave us a comment.
Thanks for watching. Hello, humans. Welcome to another episode of Humans of the Multiverse. Got my co-host Mike and Walt the Wonderful today. We're excited to have Walt. He's a fascinating guy that I got the awesome chance to work with and be and for him to be my mentor for a few years. And we're going to have him talk about his life and his story. So Walt, why don't you just take it away? Where are you from? Where were you born? What was early life for Walt like?
I was born in August of.
For chronic low back pain, as it is for mental health or anything, is that it's amazing how similar it is. It's like they want you focusing on prioritizing sleep, prioritizing stress management and eating healthy. And these are just what exercises do I need to do and stretches do I need to do is just part of it. And it's really the whole picture. And so it makes me, really realize and be confident in the fact that, like, if you're struggling anywhere and you focus on those pillars, like Mike just said, you're going to make gains in the thing that you're struggling with.
Well, 100%. I'd just like to add to what both of you said is there's so based on the internet, we have so much information at our disposal, right? Mm-hmm. And if you look at the blue zone, the areas that have been designated blue zones where people are living the longest and the most fulfilled lives, and there was a special on Netflix about it. But essentially, all these people are eating right, like not eating like a crazed Nazi or anything, but just like a balanced whole food diet that's not a bunch of sugar, processed foods, things like that. And they're getting exercise, whether that's through gardening or walking or moving around, doing things. And they have a social aspect to their life, whether that's family or friends or a church group or whatever. And then there's the spiritual aspect, however they get down spiritually, that's a part of their life. And these people in these areas, and there's low stress, right? They're not like out there trying to make a gazillion dollars. They're not out in the rat race. They're not engaging in unhealthy relationships and allowing people to violate their boundaries. It's just, they've found their little spot to do life, and they support one another and they live long, right? I mean, if you want to go work on the stock market and live downtown New York and do that grind for 30, 40 years, man, that's going to come at a cost.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. And, it's not even, there's no like, oh, it's this diet or these exercise routines. It's really pretty basic, like you mentioned, right? It's like, eat, work the perimeter of the grocery store. Don't go up and down the aisles and buy your food from the packaged stuff, right? Yeah. Get some sunshine in the morning, go outside. That actually brings me to the thing I wanted to ask about spirituality, especially in relation to recovery and that kind of thing. In my case, I always had a difficult time with that because I had a strange relationship with my religious upbringing. And so when I was getting into the recovery phase, I was like a staunch atheist. I'm not really like that anymore, but I was always like, with things like AA and that kind of thing, I'm when I die, I'm just going to the dirt, right? Nothing happens. I don't believe that anymore, but that was sort of a point of contention and almost like a wall I had up that made it difficult for me to, hit that last pillar. What finally hit it for me was really when I was living in San Diego. I went camping with my buddy out in Anza Borrego in State Desert, and I saw the universe for the first time. where I was ready to see it. Like, there's the Milky Way, like boom. And then like this sparked this like thing in me about like where seeking that feeling through nature, going hiking, going camping. And that's when I really felt like connected. And so like to myself and to the universe. And so what do you say, how do you work with people like me at that time where I'm like spirituality, like, do you come across that? And what does that look like?
So it's so interesting you should say that about the 12-step. Well, so in the recovery circles, yes, it's still to this day dealing with some people that might be atheist or agnostic that don't want to buy into the 12 steps. And listen, there's more than one way to recover from substances or alcohol, right? Or any other behavioral addiction that we get into, whether that's eating, sexing, porn, shopping, gambling, like those are all dopamine hits. And so people are food. Like there's so many people in our country that are addicted to processed food, but it's socially acceptable. And so long story short, however, for people that are really opposed to that because of, God, the traditional God of the Bible, if they have a problem with seeing their worldview is different, right? Everyone has a different worldview. So if they come from that, if that's their position and their worldview, what I've learned is that I don't push back against that at all, because we all have the right to self-determination, right? Mm-hmm. Or to free will to live our life however we want. AA, in my opinion, has given, they have rewritten the curriculum in the books for the atheist and agnostic, and they've created a way for you to find what do they call it? A God of your understanding. Mm-hmm. But so, and I'm not, and I don't work, like, I believe in the 12-step program, and I did it for a while. I don't anymore, and I haven't for years, because I just feel that there's less reason for me to push back on where anyone is. But one of the ways that I do it is just the way that you described, David, which is very interesting, is that when you really take a look back, and for whatever reason, like, it sounds like you might have had some old church wounds from the way that your parents grew up, and how, however that was, either forced on you or whatever. I believe that if people really take a step back and open up your mind and look around to the universe, and really, when we get connected to nature the way that you're talking about, we really see, anyway, for me, I can make this an I statement, is that for me, when you really connect with in those times, and there's been a few times in my life too, like in different parts of the world that are just, there's some sort of a weird, where you just feel like there's so much more out there. Like there's more out there. And for me, I know what, the God of my understanding is, and what my belief system and how all that was created and laid out. But if not, then I think for anyone to become connected, which is super important. Like I think spirituality is about being connected to someone or something. And so, because that the universe is so vast, and because there's that, I believe it's a soul, right? Inside of us, there's something that's in us that's different from other things that are living creatures on this earth. And so I think that if you find how you can connect to that in a way that's healthy, and whatever that means for you, then that's what you need to do. And so if someone's totally against AA, then I just figure out, okay, so let's figure out a way that you could, if your goal is to get off of alcohol or other mind-altering substances, then let's figure out a way that you can do it for you. I don't push back as hard as I used to, because I've realized it doesn't work.
Right.
I think cosmic consciousness was the term Myron Dial used to describe that interconnectedness, if I'm remembering that right. That's what it's called.
Yeah. Yes. Myron Dial's the guy we interviewed a couple of weeks ago. And so his episode will come out in a few weeks. It's a very fascinating story of resilience. I don't want to give it away, but definitely check that one out. I wanted to ask about what your thoughts are as far as the use of psychedelic drugs to facilitate that connection?
Yeah. So thank you for asking that, because here's what I feel. I think that for some people, it's amazing and it works, and it's broken through something that nothing else has been able to, right? I think that if that works and it's done appropriately, that it can work. But I also know that if anyone thinks they're just going to go blast themselves to the center of the universe and not do it in a structured way, that it could be dangerous. And so if you're going to use ibogaine, ayahuasca, or what's the toad, MDM4 or whatever it is.
Yeah. Joe Rogan says it all the time, but I can never remember it. I don't even think he says it right.
Yeah. There's for veterans or for anyone, just make sure that you research who is providing that service and make sure you're ready for the experience you're about to have. So I think that if you do it smartly, that it could be helpful. But I believe that even like there's no magic pill, there's no magic counselor, and there's no magic psychedelic that's going to fix all your problems. It still requires you wrestling things out. As an intervention along that, I think that for some people it could be helpful. As far as the marijuana thing goes, I can just say that what I've experienced in my last 10 years as a clinician is that the marijuana that they make nowadays, it wasn't the weed I was smoking in the 80s, I can tell you that, is that I've found that it starts to work for people, the gummies and the marijuana. It works for like 6 months or maybe a year or so, and then they spiral out. They get anxious. They start having other issues based on their dependence on this substance. And so, but then there's other things like, listen, if you suffer from migraines, I've seen a video once that this guy doses on mushrooms once a month and they take care of his migraines, right? And so I'm not opposed to that, because I mean, heck, if it works, man, do what you do. I'd rather do that than go to a doctor and get some medication prescribed, that's, but I guess what I'm saying is that everybody's journey is different, but just make sure that you spend time researching it and you're doing it in a way that provides you with the most freedom, like real freedom as possible. Because if this is just my opinion, if in order for you to be okay in life, you have to rely on taking something, whether it's a plant that's, whatever, then like how much freedom do you have? And that's just my opinion. But I'd rather see someone, if they're in chronic pain, I'd rather see them using a substance like that's not an opiate, that's got you addicted to opiates. You know what I mean? So I think there's just a balance there, and for everyone it's different. And I think part of this is because, when I first got out of the Navy, the VA tried to dope me up on a bunch of medication, and I got worse. I got more depressed and I got suicidal. And I got off meds, and I've never been back on any medications ever. And so, but it wasn't an easy journey without the medication. But it's possible. And so I think, but for some people too, medication is necessary as well. And so I'm not for or against medication. I'm against over prescribing medication. But I also think that if someone's struggling without it, that there are SSRIs, there are different types of medication that are helpful. But I think it's a journey to figure out what balance works for everyone. So I'm not, I don't push people toward psychedelics. But if they're interested in that, then I send them to people that I trust that are involved in that community and that are doing it in a way that's, I think, responsible and helpful.
And so sorry, Mike, were you going to ask? Sorry.
I was just going to say it's a very nuanced topic, and you hit on a lot of important points. So we appreciate the level-headed approach to that conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is a nuanced conversation. Is there any organizations that you that we could list in our description you want to shout out now that would be like as far as that goes? I know that it's a lot of the topics that we discuss on the show are in relation to this topic, psychedelics, and so like one that if you had a buddy that was like, hey, I think I'm ready to try psychedelics to see if that will help. Who do you send them to?
Let me just, I'm trying to get you who he's with.
You can put it in the.
This is the guy I served with. Interesting advisory. You know what? Can I send it to you later today?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
And for anyone who's watching who's interested, we'll put that in the that link in the chat below.
And the reason that I would recommend this organization is because it's a guy that I served with that was in the SEAL teams that has that I trust and that I know is smart and ethical and has guided. And he's what they call like a guide or a coach, where they prep people for their experience prior to getting there, and they work through some issues and kind of do some reality-based testing and setting expectations and letting them know that there's work involved in this process. And then they send them to the retreat, and then they provide coaching and reintegration and setting that up. And so I will definitely send you the name of his organization because I've known him for, since I was in the teams many, many years, and I trust him. And I know that, and I know people that have been through this program that I'll, give you the name of, and they've had success in doing it.
So yeah, we're getting close to, it's 10:53. You had a hard out at 11. One thing I like to ask, especially if they were in the military, I like to ask our guests is, hold on. Have you ever seen a UFO or anything you can't explain like that while you're in the military?
I was actually looking at that. I have not. I don't, I spent a lot of time like out in Nyland, California, which is out in the desert training, spent time, all over the world. I have never seen any UFOs.
Yeah.
And they're underwater too now. These underwater UFOs are all the rage these days.
Oh, wow. Well, you won't catch me spending too much time under the water anymore.
Yeah. It's just, I like to ask because you always hear like stories of them. They like to go around military bases and things like that. Especially they like to mess around with the Navy. I've never seen one either. So, but I just was hoping you did. But hey, Michael, it's been a pleasure having you on the show. Some really great insights. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. Good seeing you again.
Yeah, you too, man.
Nice to meet you.
It's great to meet you. And then leave us a comment.
Thanks for watching.
Hello, humans.
This is Mike and Dave's Multiverse. Welcome to our series of interviews where we share the experiences, stories, and insights of our friends from all walks of life and all corners of this beautiful globe.
We hope you find the conversation interesting, illuminating, and uplifting. The goal of our channel is to bring people together, so please subscribe. And if you enjoyed today's interview, hit the like button and leave us a comment.
Thanks for watching. Hello, humans. Welcome to another episode of Humans of the Multiverse. Got my co-host Mike and Walt the Wonderful today. We're excited to have Walt. He's a fascinating guy that I got the awesome chance to work with and be and for him to be my mentor for a few years. And we're going to have him talk about his life and his story. So Walt, why don't you just take it away? Where are you from? Where were you born? What was early life for Walt like?
I was born in August of 1945, just at the end of World War II. And my grandfather passed away about a month before that, so I never met him. And it changed our lives because my parents then wanted to move into my grandmother's house. They were living right across the street. They had a house across the street from my grandmother.
Okay.
But, they wanted to move back in to take my grandmother through her grief. And as a result, I ended up in my grandmother's bedroom in my crib. And it forged a relationship with her that was very profound. I loved her very much, of course, but I was her, in the day, her quasi chauffeur. Not that I drove anything, but I would walk my grandmother to her wherever she had to go in our small town. That's what people did back then.
What was her name?
Her name was Mary Dackerman.
Okay, Mary Dackerman.
And
Wonderful.
So her son, I was named after her son, even though my father's name was Walter. My grandmother wanted me to be named after my uncle, Walter, which was her son, my mother's brother. And the reason for that was that he, quote, was missing at war. And that was World War II, and he was in the Navy. So I later, when I was getting ready to go into the military, I went to visit my uncle to talk about, any tips that he had for me in being a new recruit and going into the Army, etc. And, he said two things. There's only two things I can tell you, and that is never volunteer for anything under any circumstances, no matter how good it sounds. Never volunteer for that. And secondly, whenever you go into town, wear protection. Well,
That sounds like great advice for a young man.
So I didn't tell my mother about that, but I grew up in church. I was very religious, as many of us young men were who were Catholics. We were told to become like Jesus. And I have to tell you that I have failed miserably at that.
Me too.
It's okay, though. We all have.
I'm trying, and I'm trying to learn the lesson of loving your enemies and practicing care for the needy. So that's my background.
That's one of the things I love about you, Walt, is your compassion and humility in that way. And like you treat life as sort of a lifelong learning experience. And I like that about you. I wanted to ask a little bit more about like leading into going to joining the military, were you like planning to join the Army, or was it? Did you get drafted? How did that come about?
All of the above, I'll tell you that. But let me finish with my uncle. So I said to my uncle, "Gee, my grandma said that you were missing. Were you captured or what?" You know, he said, "Walt, I'm a CB. I was installing toilets all over Asia in base camps. I never was missing a war. What are you talking about?" Well, I said, "Well, that's what she said." He said, "Well, I didn't write to, I wrote my mother every day when I was in the Navy, except for a period in early August when I was moving around and I couldn't contact her. And that was the 2 weeks during that time when I was born."
Oh, wow.
So she thought he was missing. He was just installing toilets nonstop.
So he was missing at war while you were born.
Yeah, which is, one of the stories. One of the things I want to bring out is how many truths that I believed deeply and acted on, which I later found out to be lies.
Yeah, I'd like to hear anything like that. Same.
That is kind of underlying my story, how my life has brought me to new understanding, including the multiverse, multi-universe.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I was telling Walt about the multiverse a couple weeks ago when I gave him a call on Veterans Day. We were kind of chit-chatting, and I was telling him about the podcast.
That's great.
So
all of the above.
We're trying to learn more too, and we're trying to identify and peel away those things that we thought were true that are actually false. We appreciate you coming on and sharing that with us.
Yeah, I'll get to them in my story. I'll tell it through my stories, a number of them.
Cool.
Okay, first story is that I graduated from college 1967. I was 1A draftable. And so I was at home and I didn't know what I was going to do. And like I was starting to say before, I'm from New Jersey, and people in New Jersey often either have some connection to the underworld, La Cosa Nostra, or knew somebody that was. And my dad knew a few guys that were connected. And my dad told me, "Don't worry, Walt, I'm going to get you in the National Guard. You're never going to have to serve in the military." So I thought, whoa, I got that going for me. So I just continued on in life. And next thing you know, I get a call from the Army recruiter. And as it turns out, my dad never talked to his contacts, never lifted a finger to try to get me out of the military. And I'll tell you why later. So I get with this recruiter and he says, "Listen, man, you're a college graduate, you got a degree. How would you like to be an officer in the Army?" I said, "Well, what do I have to do?" "Well, you played sports in high school and college, and so the physical aspects are not going to be difficult. And the thing is that you're going to come in as an E1 and recruit into the basic training. You're then going to take advanced training, and then you're going to go to officer candidate school. And during that time, you're going to get your choice of branch transfers. Now, the only problem is you're going to have to go to a combat arms officer OCS, Officer Candidate School. How about infantry? Well, I go, okay, well, I don't care. I'm getting a branch transfer, right? Yeah, yeah. So what would you like to do? I go, I don't know. I got a degree in finance. Maybe I'll go into finance, or which would have been a big mistake, or legal work or something like that. No problem, Walt. I can't tell you that you're going to get your first choice, but you're going to get one of the first three that you choose. So I told him what I wanted to do, and it was all new to me. My dad never served in the military. None of us knew what the hell was going on. None of my friends' fathers were in the military. So I enter as an E1. I go to basic training. I make a big mistake when I get there, because when I get to Fort
you
Bragg,
volunteered.
Fort Dix, yeah. So I had, volunteered for a 3-year hitch, which meant that I was going to do a year in training and then a year in combat. So I'm in there, but I'm very confident, because I think I'm never going to have to carry a rifle. I'm going to be in finance or something. I don't know. And I'm so glad that didn't happen anyway. But so I get to Officer Candidate School in Georgia, the home of the infantry, Fort Benning, Georgia.
It's right down the street from where I live.
Really, Columbus, huh? Yeah.
Yep.
So I entered Officer Candidate School the day that I got there. We had a big formation. There was about 120 of us, young, bright, headed for somewhere else. And the first sergeant says, "How many people here have branch transfers?" I proudly raised my hand, and I look around. I just happened to gaze, and 3/4 of the guys had their hands up in the air. At which point this guy yells, "You stupid blankety blank. You're the stupidest jerks I've ever met. There is no such thing as a branch transfer. Let me tell you how it's going to be. This program is 36 weeks. If you continue to stay, you will be commissioned as a second lieutenant. If you don't stay, you can leave after 8 weeks. But the first 8 weeks is mandatory. After that, you can opt out, and you will have received training in communication, in map reading, in calling in artillery and things like that. So when you leave, you will get a 30-day leave. You will go to Vietnam, and you will carry some. Can we curse here or not?
Yeah, go
You
for
can.
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're going to carry some assholes radio. And by the way, the second highest kill rate of our soldiers are the guys that carry the radios for the officers.
Who's the highest?
No.
Huh?
Who's the highest?
Yeah. And so he said, so then if you choose to stay, you're going to become a second lieutenant. You're going to get 30 days leave. You're going to go to Vietnam. Oh, I'm sorry. He said, you carry somebody's radio and you're going to get killed because it's the highest rate, second highest rate. Oh, okay. And you can imagine, I'm like 22 years old or something. And I'm like, I can't believe this. I can't believe what I'm hearing here. So he says, so you can graduate, you can become a second lieutenant and in the infantry, and you will get killed because the number one rate is the platoon leader.
The second lieutenant.
So you guys are effing dead. It's just a matter of how you're going to die. You're going to die carrying some asshole's radio, or you're going to have some asshole carrying your radio. And you're going to be the asshole.
Can I ask, like, what were you thinking and feeling in that moment? like this is bullshit or what?
I had no idea what. Oh my God. And we were living at, this was now January 1970. And is that right? 1969. And I ended up staying. I did my time. I went to Fort Knox to work with the mechanized infantry there. And then I got my orders for Vietnam. And there's a whole racial thing that happened that I'd like to share with you. While I was at Fort Knox, now I'm this white Catholic kid from New Jersey, overprotective mother and grandmother. Father was an alcoholic and kind of out there somewhere. Never saw a gun, never carried a gun before I was in basic training. I wasn't built to be a warrior. I just was. I mean, I guess I was in sports. I was kind of a warrior, but not never thinking about it in terms of what it really was. So when I was at Fort Knox, I was designated as the company supply officer. And as it was in the Army, when an officer takes command, they have to sign for all of the inventory in the company, everything from dishes to silverware to rifles to everything. And if anything is missing when you transition, you have to pay for it. Well, my company commander at Fort Knox never did an inventory. He just signed for everything. He was so happy to get a command. And so when he found this out, he got this supply sergeant in from another company. Oh, and by the way, my company commander was black, and he brought this black company sergeant, supply sergeant. And so I went to see him, and he said, well, sir, you're my officer. How do you get along with black people? I go, I don't know that many black people, but I was friends with the only black kid in my class in high school. So I don't know. He goes, well, I guess we'll find out, huh? Because I want to bring in a lot of what's considered the losers. These are the black guys with the picks in their hair, and they never wear clean fatigues, and they're always getting in trouble, and they don't want to get a haircut. And by the way, sir, these guys have these guys have master's degrees or bachelor's degrees, and they're not the stupid guys that they're pretending to be. So I want to bring him in here and have him work for us, if you can handle that. So I said, well, I think I could handle it. I don't know. We'll see. And so he then started bringing these guys in. Oh, and the other thing, he goes, one prerequisite, sir. You're going to have to agree to this. What's that? We need to play our music. Oh, I love Motown. Well, that's what we like to play. So Motown was just coming out then, was just getting strong, and I loved it. So we got started, up, down the road. You know, these guys came in, they started wearing starch fatigues. They started getting haircuts. They started talking like human beings because they were treated that way. They were not treated by the racism of superior NCOs or officers or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I learned something very strong about that. And you know, there's a whole thing in the Army about not fraternizing with your men. If you're an officer, you're not allowed to do that.
I
Well,
disagree.
yeah. Oh, I do too. And I never followed that rule.
Yeah.
Too.
So Sergeant Samuels told me the story that he was one of the Freedom Riders down south before he got in the Army. And, you know, he had a bachelor's degree from University of Massachusetts. He was a smart guy. And he tells me the story. He's down south and he's with a bunch of other black freedom riders, goes to a lunch stand and they're told, we don't serve. And he said right back very quickly, that's cool because I don't eat. I'll have a hamburger.
That caught me right off guard.
So that's Sergeant Samuels. So I get, and by the way, all these black guys that I was telling you about, they were incredible. And they're all guys just back from Vietnam, just back from combat.
Wow.
And so then Samuels comes to me when he heard that I got orders for Vietnam, and he said, LT, the boys and I, we want to ask you something. We're all really concerned, having been in Vietnam, that you're going to enter into a hell you have no idea about. And the boys would like to invite you to my house this Sunday for a going away party where we can hang out and talk. So I said, yeah, great. And he told me where he lived, and this was in Louisville and in a black neighborhood. So I was very happy. I called my girlfriend at the time and I said, look, I want to go to a party at Sergeant Sam. Oh, no, I could never go there. Why is that? Well, that's where all the black people live. Yeah. So, no, I'd never go there. So that was the first nail in the coffin between she and me because I couldn't handle it. Anyway, I went, and all the stories, my grandmother, who was a wonderful person, but very racist, she had a third grade education in Italy where she was from. And that was it school-wise. And she told me to watch out for the Jews and watch out for the black people because they're always out to get your money. And black people were no good because they were uneducated. They were all the guys were all screwing around with other women, drinking, gambling. That was who they were to her. So I go to this party and I don't see 0.1% of that there. These are family people. There's kids running around. The only thing that was as predicted was that we had fried chicken and watermelon.
And you know what?
So,
I've been to parties.
Yeah. So it hit me. So these were all talking to me about Vietnam and what their experiences were, et cetera, et cetera. And they really wanted to prep me because we had a relationship. And I just thought, none of my white companions fellow officers, many of whom had come back from Vietnam, never had a word for me in going to Vietnam. Nobody said a friggin' word. And here's these black guys reaching out, telling me they cared. They want me to come home alive. And it touched me forever. Touched me forever. I've never been the same. And between that and a couple other stories I'll tell you, I'm very comfortable with people of color. Very much so. Okay, next story. I'm in Vietnam, brand new second lieutenant, fatigue's not even washed yet.
Glowing in the dark.
Huh?
We're glowing in the dark.
Yeah, we were in a tan, which was the base camp for the 9th Infantry Division, where I was assigned. And while there, of course, we came under mortar attack every day. And I was really taken by the soldiers that were there in the base camp that would go into a bunker and play cards and, what do they say, smoke and joke with each other. And I was like, wow, I thought I was going to die the first time this thing happened. This sergeant predicted it. So anyway, I get assigned. My first assignment is as the battalion motor officer, which is ironic because I don't know a damn thing about automobiles or anything else like that. But I was the motor officer. I report to the motor pool, and I was, again, the head of supply. And this guy tells me, sir, we're so happy to have you. Here's your hooch where you're going to live. We've got a refrigerator in there. It's filled with beer. What kind of cigarette? You smoke? Yeah. Boys, bring in some of the care package. Big care packages. 10 cartons of cigarettes, writing gum, all kind of shit like that. And I go, well, that's great. Thank you so much, man. What a welcome. Because, yeah, okay, sir. Well, let's see. What's your home address? My home address? Yeah, give me your home address. What for? Well, you're going to be receiving an envelope every week with several $100s cash in it. I say, excuse me? Yeah. And I go, well, what do I have to do for that? Well, sir, all you have to do is stay here, smoke your cigarettes, drink your beer, write home, and stay the F out of my business. And I said, what is your business? And he said, nothing. So I then leave there. It was around dinner time. I go to the mess hall. I have dinner. I'm feeling really alienated. I don't know anybody there. The only guy I know is the guy that just told me stay out of his way, and that he was in charge of me. I was not in charge of him. And I'm sure you ran into NCOs that were into other kind of things. Well, this was black market. They were selling auto parts to the Vietnamese. And so I think so I go to the mess hall, and then they say, okay, stick around. We're having some blue movies tonight. Do you know what a blue movie is?
I do, yes.
The raunchiest kind of misogynistic sex movies that you can get. And we're watching this, and I'm thinking well, there's about 200 of us guys here, no women. We're watching this movie. What the hell's going to happen next when, these guys all get charged up sexually? So, long story, I then go and to my superior officer, the S4, and say, Captain, something funny is going on in the motor pool, and I don't know where the hell I am and who these people are with the blue movies and the, but I got to report to you that there's something really fishy going on there. He goes, no kidding. All right, look, we're going to confront that guy. Come back tonight about 5:30. The office will be closed. You and I will confront this guy and find out what the deal is. Okay. So I get there about 5:30 and the office is empty. And I'm really believing the guy. And he was in the back, and he and the sergeant were back there smoking cigars when I arrived. And he says, Sergeant, Lieutenant Rutherford tells me that he feels like there's something funny going on in the motor pool. Is there anything funny going on in the motor pool? No, sir. Ha, 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 ha. With their cigars, and the captain starts laughing. He says, Rutherford, come here, I want to talk to you. So I walk up to his desk. He pulls out a pistol and sticks it right here. And he said, you need to shut, you can edit this, right?
Yeah, we'll edit, but I think we should go raw.
You need to shut the fuck up, Rutherford, and go drink your beer, as the sergeant says.
Wow.
Otherwise, I am personally going to take you out. I went back to my hooch, didn't sleep a link all night, went out in the morning to the perimeter because that's where you peed in the morning. I was out there, and grandfatherly Colonel Carlson, our battalion commander, comes up. And he was a West Pointer, but he didn't have that arrogance of a West Pointer. So everybody liked him. Goes, son, young lieutenant, how you doing? Not so good, sir. Why not? Well, I don't really think this is the right assignment for me. Really? Well, son, I could send you to the field this afternoon. Is that what you want? Yes, sir, I would prefer that. You'd prefer that? Why is that? No, I didn't feel like I could tell him because I just, fool me once, not fool me twice.
Right.
And so I said, well, sir, if I go to the field, at least I know where the bullets are going to be coming from. Well, that's the spirit, young man. I'll send a jeep and we'll send you to the field this afternoon. Delta Company, 1st Platoon leader. Get your shit, pack it up. A jeep comes for me. They put me on a helicopter. They drop me off. It's about 4:00 in the afternoon. I meet my new platoon members.
Wow.
The former lieutenant was somebody that I knew from OCS. He was a class ahead of me, and he was quite a character. Anyway, his claim to fame was he was from the Philippines, and his claim to fame was that he was in the John Wayne movie about Vietnam, the Green Berets, it was called. And he acted as a Viet Cong, and he was killed 7 times in the movie. And he got extra pay when he fell off a bridge and dove into the river. Anyway, that's this guy. Lieutenant Jakobin. Lieutenant, maybe I shouldn't say words, right? Okay, so anyway, this guy, all he says to me, I'm thinking like he's going to tell me, well, this guy, and this is what we do. And He just walks right past me and he says, "Have a good effing time, brother." Jumps on the helicopter and leaves. I'm standing there and I am terrified.
I'm terrified just listening.
I'm terrified. I have no idea what I'm supposed to be. I'm supposed to be in charge. And what the hell am I going to do? Just then I hear a scream. And it's from the back of this hooch. Hooches are what they called in Vietnam. These are people's grass hutches and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I go running around, and there's three of my guys ripping the clothes off a young Vietnamese girl, like a 13 or 14-year-old at gunpoint. And at that particular point, all the fear that I had that was crippling left me and rage came in. And I fired my rifle and I said, "What the hell are you guys doing? And who the hell are you?" "Oh, we're just having some fun, LT." Listen, this is never, ever going to happen again. And if it does, I personally am going to drive you up to LBJ. LBJ was euphemism for long bin jail.
Okay.
Okay. And I said, "I will personally take you up there." And all of a sudden, my command presence arrived in the form of my rage.
It had to come somewhere.
Had to come from somewhere, and it came just in time because we had contact that night. I had to call in artillery. I had to call my company commander, and he was like a comedian. He was a real not very good officer, very good. And he liked to make jokes. He thought of himself as a comedian. "Oh, ha, ha, ha. I guess you're breaking your cherry tonight, huh? Huh, Rutherford? Ha, ha, ha." And like no help whatsoever. So I turned to this one NCO that was there. And he was a kid from South Carolina, Sergeant so-and-so, Buck Sergeant, had been in the field for all year, was just getting ready to get out. And he took me under his wing and told me what to do and helped me on the radio to call in the artillery and everything. Anyway, so that's where it all started.
Wow, man.
Okay.
I feel like you told me that before, but not in that depth. So, wow.
Yeah. So now I'm finally getting my feet under me. I've got my platoon. And what I find in my platoon, this guy, Sergeant from South Carolina, he left, went home, D-roast. And you know what D-roast is?
Mm-mm.
Date of return from overseas.
Okay. We didn't use that.
It's what we all looked forward to, right? We had these calendars we would mark off. And if we would always say, "I'm short. I've only got 120 days in a wake up." So anyway, I then get a new company commander. Oh, I'm sorry. I look at my squad leaders, and none of them were respected by the guys. And the way you know if an NCO is respected is when the shit hits the fan, who do the guys look to? Well, they didn't look to our squad leaders. Our squad leaders were a joke. So my first order of business was to get rid of all of them. And I promoted the guys in each of the squads that people looked to, that people respected. And that was the best thing I probably did all year, was because I got guys as my squad leaders that respected me and respected what I wanted to do. but also knew a lot about combat than I did and were trusted by the platoon. So when that happened, then people really started trusting me. And I had requests from other companies and other platoons to join my platoon. And our platoon became well known. Our company got a new commander who was very aggressive in the field and got us aggressive. There I am.
Is that you, Walt? Which one is
me.
you?
The one without the hat. That's
Ah,
not big and strong.
I
This
just
is
found
a-
that online, so I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just had to have a
That's great.
visual of
Oh, it's great. That's
what
great.
a handsome fella. Sorry, continue your
So
story, my friend.
Okay, so my company commander was a guy who was super gung-ho and super aggressive in the field. And he told us, and we told us that each other, that we shouldn't have stayed positions at night. Typically, we would go find ambush positions, stay in them all night. And Captain Keaton was all into, no, let's move at night. Let's go in and out of the villages. Let's go in and out of the hooches if we think there's some activity in there. And let's find the guys that are hanging out in here, because we not only were fighting against the North Vietnamese, but we were fighting against the Viet Cong. And so the Viet Cong would go home and visit their folks and stuff like that, and we would catch them in their homes. Anyway, we had a lot of kills. In fact, 1 month we got a R&R in a town of Vung Tau, which was on the ocean, because we had the most kills in the brigade. So we were doing pretty well. There was Captain Keaton calls me into his office and he said, "Rutherford, I need you to do something for me." "What's that, sir?" "Well, I'm not going to make it. I know I'm not going to make it. In fact, my wife, I just met her in Hawaii, and she said, 'When are you coming home?' And I didn't say anything. And she says, 'You don't think you are coming home, are you?' And he said, 'No.' So he said, 'Rutherford, I want you to take what's in my footlocker here, and I want you to cleanse it, because I've had a number of Vietnamese girlfriends here, and I don't want any trace of that when I'm killed to go home. And I have this AK-47, which is a captured Chi-Com rifle. They were much better equipped, the Viet Cong and the North Vietnamese, than we were. Our M16s would jam in the mud and stuff, and theirs never jammed. But anyway, that's another story. So when Keaton, and then a little while later, Keaton was killed. A Tiger Scout, which were the Vietnamese Hoi Chans, they call them. They are enemy soldiers that surrender and then go to work for the Army, U.S. Army and Marines, as what they called them Tiger Scouts, which were scouts. Basically, they helped with the language and the land and where we were, that kind of stuff. So, but the guy that was walking in front of him was a Tiger Scout, and he tripped a booby trap, and Keaton was killed. And I received that just as we were going back to base camp. It was a shocker. It broke my heart. He was someone I was he was a mentor for me about being a good soldier. And So I go back, I cleanse his foot locker, I grab the AK-47. I had told him, look, I'm not going to bring an AK-47 back to the States to your son because I've had a change of mind around the military. I don't really think we're doing what we say we're doing here. So I started to have some suspicions. Okay, now the next lie I was told was that Vietnamese people, the Viet Cong and the North Vietnamese could care less if you killed them. They didn't mind because they're Buddhist and they believed in reincarnation. So if you killed one of these beings, they wouldn't even say humans, one of these beings, then their family is going to rejoice. They're going to say, well, he's going to be born in a new life and it's going to be wonderful. So as the officer, we hit a base camp of the NVA, a small one. They were tax collectors. And we had killed a bunch of them. And because I was the officer, I had to collect all the personal stuff of these guys we killed. And I'm looking at this guy's wallet and his head is all torn off and everything, but there's pictures in his wallet. And he was dressed in white with a beautiful wife dressed in white, 2 or 3 kids in a park in Hanoi. And all of a sudden it hit me like a freight train. Wait a minute. These people are going to not be happy that this guy is dead. And then it hit me, wait a minute, he is a soldier just like me. His government sent him here. We have no animosity towards each other personally, but we sure as hell want to kill each other. And guys used to wear at that time on their helmets, you could write on your helmet in Vietnam. I don't know about you guys if you could ever do that, but
We would.
kill a commie for Christ was the favorite one. Having been a Catholic, I said, like, what the fuck? That's really fucked up. But it was this, it was sentiment of what was going on there. So next story goes, Keaton is killed. They make me the executive officer of the company. And I'm there. And by the way, so they make me executive officer. It's a cush job because you're back in base camp. You get out of the field and you're in charge of resupply and all kind of communications, etc. So I'm thinking, this is great. About a month later, I get a phone call or a transmission from the battalion commander who was in another location up near the Cambodian border. And he says, I want you to come up here and talk to me. I did. And he tells me, I want you to replace Lieutenant Kelly. And Dan Kelly was a platoon leader. He was a great platoon leader. He was in Charlie Company. And by the way, how much more time do we have?
We're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can go as long or as short as you
Okay.
wish.
So, okay. So Kelly had told our inept battalion, not commander, the second in charge, Major, his last name I won't tell you, and who was a real jerk. And Kelly, who's just got out of the field also, and because we were platoon leaders at about the same time we got there and left the field at the same time. And he said, Kelly's got to go. I'm firing him and I'm bringing you in as my replacement. And I said, Colonel, see, I still wasn't getting it, this whole military hierarchy. So I said, Colonel, thank you, but no thanks. I really don't want to. I want to stay with my company. He goes, son, this is not a request. This is a command. Go get your shit, get your ass up here. And you got 3 days. So I lost my
vacation to the rear. How long was the vacation to the rear that time? Just a month or what?
No, to the company, yeah. But then I got brought up to the battalion level assistant operations officer. So I was in charge for about 16 hours a day of all the communication for the battalion. Now, of course, as usual, as an officer, I didn't do all the work. I had RTOs, radio telephone operators, about 6 of them that would be on the horn all the time. And they would be keeping commo with all of the field units, all of the support units. If somebody needed a medevac or somebody needed artillery or somebody needed to get the Navy involved with some of their big ships, we were responsible for that. So I'm there. Kelly is, and by the way, Kelly always in the field used to mock me by calling me Walter Wonderful.
That's why you're Walter Wonderful today.
Yeah, because of Dan Kelly. And Walter Wonderful, because I actually was pretty good. I mean, at what I was doing. I mean, at one point, I got asked to come to the brigade and become the brigade ranger officer, recon officer, not ranger, recon officer. And it was me and 2 other guys, one of whom was a West Pointer. He ended up getting the job, not me, and I was very relieved. So anyhow, because people liked me and people in my platoon, we had a really close-knit, good platoon. He called me Walter Wonderful. Oh, you're always wonderful, man, So I was until one of my troops who I ended up promoting him from Spec 4 to Buck Sergeant and then to Sergeant E6 and made him our platoon sergeant. It was a guy from Kentucky, Gary, his name was. That's not his first name. Mm-hmm. And he was really, really sharp. And he, like the other guy, that 18-year-olds that from South Carolina, took me under his wing as well. And we were a good combo. So I have my new squad leaders. We're in the base camp. We're supposed to have a day off, stand down, because I was in the Delta, so our feet were always in muddy water. It was raining. Mosquitoes were as big as birds. It was not a great location to fight in or be in. And of course, when we would go, they would drop us either by helicopter or Navy boat or some other kind of vehicle. And then we would have to hump all day. Search, I forget what it was called, search and something. My platoon always wanted me to endorse search and avoid the enemy.
Yeah, I can imagine.
They all wanted to go home. We all wanted to go home. And I wanted them all to come home. But okay, here's one of the major stories. So that day, the night before, Sergeant, another guy, can I say his name because it's really important, and then you can take it out?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, Jim Bishop, his name was. And of course, he was very loyal because I had promoted him, and he was a good troop. He really was. So he comes to me the night before drunk, and he had been in a fight, and they brought him to me because he was in a fight at the NCO club in base camp. And you know what a REMF is?
Mm-mm.
Okay, REMF is all the guys in the base camp who had the rear jobs.
Oh,
And
we called them pogues. in Iraq, we
what?
called them pogues. I don't know
Pogues,
why
yeah.
we called them pogues, but I'm going to find out. Continue.
Yeah. Well, we called them REMFs, which stood REMF, rear echelon motherfuckers. And the
That's
REMFs always, you know, we'd come in from the field, we'd been out there 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and they would be first on line to harass my troops about needing a haircut, or why weren't their boots polished, and why were they wearing shower shoes to dry out their feet. And so they were kind of hated, right? So Bishop had gotten into a fight with them, and I'm sure it was over alcohol. And so he said, LT, we're the ones that are going to die, not them. And I go, Bishop, you're drunk. Go to bed. He goes, you're not going to die. He goes, yeah, I'm probably going to die tomorrow. I say, Bishop, we're not even going to the field tomorrow. So unless you're going to drink too much and kill yourself, you're not going to die tomorrow. Well, we go to bed that night, wake up in the morning, urgent call, the recon platoon, brigade recon platoon, found a North Vietnamese little base camp in our area, and they called my company in. And we sat there most of the day as they did everything possible, dropping all kind of artillery, Navy bombs, of planes, unbelievable. And then we had to go in and check it out. Okay, so we go in, and as we usually did, if we found any food in those kind of places, we would destroy it. So I had a bag of rice, and I had my K-bar knife, and I was ripping it like that. And I happened to look over, and there was a rifle right in my face. An AK was right in my face, just out of reach of my hand. So the AK was there coming out of a bunker. Some guy was in a bunker. And just as he squeezed off the triggers, because I was in waist deep in mud, I couldn't move. I was dead to rights. And as he unloaded, one of my squad leaders, not Bishop, but another one, grabbed the rifle. And so it went right over my head. And you probably had bullets come that close to you. And if you do, you would know that there was like a snap. When you hear a snap going by, you know a bullet was coming your way and missed you. So, and then Paul was trying to pull the rifle out. The guy pulled the rifle back in. And so we pull back, we frag them, we do some more artillery, gunships, shooting into the bunker. And those suckers were in reinforced bunkers. They were, he wasn't hit at all. So we had pulled back. Here I am, the first lieutenant now, with my CIB on, and you have a CIB, right?
They came out with a new one called a cab that I also have, but it's essentially blank because you can only give a CIB to an infantryman, whereas like you can give a cab to like any other type. So if you were in combat at all as a another job, you can get a cab instead of a CIB.
Medic,
but
or,
I know what you mean.
Yeah. What's a CAB stand for? Combat Action Badge?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So anyway, so I've got this dilemma. Who am I going to send to check out and see if this guy's alive or not inside that bunker? And I had my medic there, who is a former recon medic. And I'm going to tell you that we had a prisoner there who had his intestines open. He had no sexual organs. It was all just open and bleeding. And he was asking us to kill him. And my medic did. He looked at me and I said, oh, anyway, I'm sorry. I'm missing something. So I couldn't decide who to send. So I said, I have to do it myself. So I said, okay, guys, you stay here. I'm going to go check the bunker. And I got up and I'm behind the aperture. The aperture is the opening of the bunker. And I'm behind the bunker and I'm starting to walk forward. And Jim Bishop jumps up. LT, you're not going alone. I say, Bishop, get back under cover. I'm doing this. No, LT, I'll do it. No, go back. And as I was saying, go back, I could see out of the corner of my eye, the guy in the bunker shot with his AK upside down, one round, and it went right through Jim Bishop's head. And I watched him. He was kind of like, help. And then there was a golden spirit that left his head. And then he dropped to the ground. And that was, to me, his soul or his spirit, his consciousness, depending upon what your worldview is.
And you saw that in the moment.
So all of that in the moment. Yeah. And in fact, I once was in a debate with somebody and said, prove to me that there's a God. And I told him that story. And I said, there's nobody that can ever convince me that there isn't something more spiritually. I saw it happen. I saw it leave his body and I saw his body become just a rock. So, yeah. And so, okay. I carried his body out when we left. And when I got out there, my company commander, Keaton, had captured a bunch of guys, and they were sitting there tied up, and they all started laughing at the fact that I was carrying this dead guy. So I totally lost it, went over and started wailing on this guy, beating him. And luckily, I was there with Keaton. Anybody else probably would have court-martialed me. And so then we spent the night. And the next day, we go back to 2 days later, we go back to base camp. And it was the first time it was the first time and only time I've ever hit a woman. I went into the village and we asked this lady through the interpreter, these North Vietnamese, where are they and how many and where would, oh, I don't know anything. And so I slapped her. I can't believe, even to this day, I feel sorrow about that. She didn't deserve it. She was just doing what she felt would keep her family safe. So that's the best of me and the worst of me, I think, which is
Yeah.
what I want to say about the military. For any of us in the military, we get to know the best and worst of human behaviors.
Yeah, and I think you did a really good job with those stories, kind of showing that. Very much, I relate and identify with a lot of those stories. But this is about you, not me. But just to say, the best and the worst of ourselves, right? So after that, like, how did you become? What I know when I met you 10 years ago to be one of the most compassionate and like wonderful, the wonderful people I know. How do you go from that horror, to you now?
Well, one more story.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so I'm up there with the colonel up on by the Cambodian border. An MP comes to me and says, "Sir, there's a Vietnamese national at the gate, wants to see you, asked for you by name." And I'm thinking, like, what? So I go out to the base camp. Yeah. So I go out to the front gate, and it's this gal I used to play dominoes with at the officers club. And she had taken a bus from Saigon on out to see me and to warn me. She said, tomorrow you guys are going to invade Cambodia. I go, what? So I took her to the mess hall, got her a cup of coffee, and reassured her that, listen, if we were going to Cambodia tomorrow, I would know, and I don't. I've never heard a thing about it. It's not going to happen. By the way, how did you hear this? Well, everybody in Saigon is saying it. It's common knowledge about much of the people. So I go, no, it's totally bogus. The next hour, I get called to the office with a secret meeting. Tomorrow you can't tell anybody, not even the guys that work for you. And, oh, wow, okay, geez. Sir, this is not a surprise attack. People in Saigon all know about it. This gal just came and was worried about us, Buku NVA, don't go there. And he said, you're full of shit, Rutherford. Okay, let's go on. And so they dropped us off in Cambodia. My RTOs, they dropped off. We were on the first sortie in. And as you know, we're now REMFs. We had just had our rifles and, maybe a couple of bandoliers or something. And out of the woods comes these Vietnamese guys with a North Vietnamese flag, waving it, laughing and joking. And I just thought, oh, I'm about to become a POW. Well, it turns out, no. And they had dropped us off and they gave us none of the frequencies that were going to be used that day. So we had nowhere to communicate with anybody. Well, it turns out that they were ARVN, they were our guys, and they had captured a flag and they were fucking with us, basically. And anyhow, that's marked one of the bloodiest times for me. My platoon, that picture, bring that picture up again.
Yeah, no problem.
New battalion commander now. I mean, new company commander. This guy with the shirt was a good old boy from Georgia. He was a second lieutenant, and he was not my replacement, but he came in right after me into a different platoon. The guy to his left is Captain Lowe, who was our new company commander, and John Bayer is the next guy who was an RTO. The next guy was a guy that was my replacement. I'm sorry, he was another RTO, and then the next guy was my replacement there, who was a butter bar. So anyway, in Cambodia, the guy with no shirt was killed by friendly fire. Artillery that went wrong.
Wow. Do you remember his name?
And my platoon had this village surrounded. Actually, my company had it surrounded, but my platoon with this guy in charge, the guy next to it, the shirtless guy, he freaked out and he totally lost it. And his RTO had to take command of the platoon. And he called me, he called back to our, what's called, I forget what it's called now, top TOC, something, operational center. Anyways, he called back and said, we're out of ammunition and we're out of water. We need your help. So this is my old platoon. And of course, I'm feeling survivor guilt. I'm feeling really, really bad about this. And so I'm trying to get a helicopter to land and take water and ammo to them. Nobody would do it. They all were running short on ammo, on fuel. So they had to go back to Vietnam to finally I get this guy on there, and my story, my rage towards these kind of officers that are pilots or other kinds of things that have it made. You know, my battalion commander out in Cambodia had starch fatigues and spit-shined boots delivered every day. And the guy knew nothing about combat because he got a bunk and he set up in a hooch. And nobody that had ever been in combat would ever sleep in a hooch because they knew that would be artillery target. So he was there. I'm complaining. I'm bitching and moaning to this pilot. I'm putting it on thick, calling out his manhood. We really, this is unacceptable. You're going to go home and be in a warm bed tonight and eat a steak probably and drink a bunch of beers back in your officer quarters. And my guys have no water, no ammo. And if the enemy were to make a break through their part of the, forget what you call it, when you surround something.
Cordon?
So he said, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to land my helicopter. I'm going to come down there and I'm going to kick your fucking ass, asshole. And I said, okay, come on. And if you can, okay. If you can't beat my ass, then you've got to do the resupply. So he says, oh, okay, well, I'm landing. So he lands. And these guys are, these guys are jockeys, man. They can do anything with these helicopters. And so he lands next to me. I figured he was going to get out and we were going to duke it out. Instead, now get ready for this punchline. Instead, he opens the window, grabs me by the shirt like this, and lifts the helicopter up. So now I'm about this far off the ground. I've got no legs under me. He's got me on a stranglehold. And he's like this. He's going to punch me out. And before he throws the punch, because he's cocked to do it, he lifts up his sunglasses, who was my best friend from college, Jimmy Polochik.
What? Oh my
Nick
gosh.
Pelosi, and he goes, Rutherford, I should have fucking known him, and there's nobody that can get me pissed off like you.
That's
So,
hilarious.
okay, come on. Okay, we'll do that resupply. But by the way, why don't you come with and can you go away right now? Yes, I'm off duty right now. I'll come with you. So we throw the blister bags in, we throw the ammo in, we land, drop off the stuff, my platoon. I get to see my guys and wave, and they're happy to see the water and the ammo. And we did the resupply, and we came under intense fire. And now the North Vietnamese had green tracers, and we had red tracers. So our gunners were firing back at them, and you can see the rounds coming, hitting our helicopter, etc. And I'm standing in the doorway open and just getting rid of the shit as fast as possible. And then all of a sudden it hit me. Pelochek starts to take off, and it hits me. Why do they have green tracers and we have red tracers? Who the fuck figured that out so we could tell our bullets from their bullets? Who the hell thought that up? Anyway, to be continued. So we're in the helicopter. I've got one of these things on. It's got blaring acid rock music, because that's what those guys listened to when they went into these hot LZs. And he goes, hey, Walt, when was the last time you had ice cream? I said, ice cream? Yeah. Oh, about 9 months ago when I first got here, when I was back we called it the world, US. When I was back in the world, I had ice cream. Okay. So we land the helicopter in Cu Chi, and there's this little Vietnamese girl out there, those hats they had that you've seen them in pictures. Mm-hmm. And she had come from the officers club, and she was standing there with 2 ice cream cones. So we land, and as we're refueling, I'm eating an ice cream cone with Jimmy Pelochek.
Wow.
Unfucking believable. Yeah. So that's the insanity of war right there. And millions of people can tell millions of stories about that kind of thing. But
yeah,
that turned me on to kind of the metaphysical view of life in a way. First the death, seeing the person die, and that turned me into that. So I go back to, after Cambodia, I go back to our base camp, and I went in the barbershop to get a haircut. I'm the only officer in there, and I'm the only white guy in there. And there's like 8 black guys in there, so waiting for their haircuts. And I don't know why I said this or whatever. It just I was just sitting there waiting for my haircut, and I scream, fellas, we cannot trust the government. When I was out there in Cambodia, I heard President Nixon on the radio saying there were no U.S. troops in Cambodia and Laos. And we have a mass invasion of both countries. We cannot trust them. Well, these guys started cracking up laughing. I didn't expect that. And then this one guy goes, well, sir, with all due respect, you white guys are a little slow. What do you mean? Well, we knew you couldn't trust the government when we were 5. And what are you, in your 20s now? You just figured it out. So immediately upon return, I joined Vietnam Veterans Against the War. All right.
Yep.
So when I get back to base camp, I find my orders to return to the U.S. I'm really short now. I've got less than a week to go in country. And I get called to the colonel's office again to speak with him. And he goes, Rutherford, we're going to go back up into Cambodia, up the Vangkwadang River on a flatbed barge. And we're going to have a couple of 105s mounted on there. And we're going to shoot the shit out of some of those assholes. And I want you to come with me. I said, Colonel, I'm short. Well, how many days do you have left? Oh, I'm less, I'm like a week and a half or so before I leave. Okay, well, you have time. Well, wait a minute. It's protocol here. Nobody goes to the field when you're that short. Nobody. Everybody gets to the last week or two to, get to base camp, get a haircut, drink some beer, whatever. Said, Rutherford, go back to your room, pack your shit, we're going. So, with all the lies and all of where I was headed, I said, Colonel, I am not going anywhere with you. First of all, you're a really bad leader. But secondly, I'm not going on any flatbed barge up a river to shoot the shit out of the North Vietnamese. So I go to my old company area, and there was a Mexican-American guy there who was really a very cool guy. We all loved him, named Sanchez. I go, Sanchez, you're the company commander's Jeep driver now, right? Yeah. Well, company commander isn't here. How about driving me up to the airport? I want to go home. What? Yeah, I want to go home. This is fucked up, man. I know it's fucked. Well, he was an infantry guy too. Got out of the field. And Sanchez knew, he was machine gunner. He knew. And, but not with my platoon, he's with one of the other platoons. Anyway, so he gets me, takes me up to the airport, and I had another platoon sergeant after Goodson left. I had another platoon sergeant, and he was an old guy. He was late 30s or something, and he had a punctured lung. And, he was airborne. Were you airborne, by the way?
No.
Mike, were you airborne?
No, I was not enlisted. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Well, he was airborne, and there's always that hassle between who's airborne and who's not in the Army. And so I had just come in from the field one day, and we've been out there for a week or two or something. I was full of mud and hungry, what do they say in A? Hungry, angry, lonely, and tired. I had all four of those go. And he looks at me and he says, oh, fuck. You're a leg lieutenant? That's what they called you if you weren't airborne qualified.
Mm.
And I don't know if I can serve under a leg. I say, who the fuck you are, man? But get the fuck out of here. I don't want to hear it from you and your airborne bullshit. Fuck you. He looked at me and he smiled and he said, young lieutenant, I think I could work with you. You got the right attitude. Okay, so fast forward. He went to the field with us and he got another punctured lung when he was in the field. So he got dusted off and we sent him up to the airport, the main depot station for people coming and going. So when Sanchez drove me up there, I said, drive me over to the airport. I want to find Sergeant, whatever his name was. And I did. And I said, look, I'm going to be here a couple of days. I'm not supposed to deroast for about a week. but I'm going to hang out up here because I'm not going back to Cambodia. He said, well, I could do better than that. I'm in charge of the emergency leaves for the 9th Infantry Division. I'll get you home right now. What? Now, I don't know if you guys, did you have MPC?
What does
Military
that stand?
currency. So
No.
military.
No.
Yeah.
We were
So
using
we
our
didn't
own
have.
money.
Yeah, we didn't have greenbacks. We had funny money, military money, and everybody got paid in that. So he said, "Do you have any on you?" I said, "Yeah, give it to me." Gave it to him. He leaves, comes back, and he says, "Sanchez, you can go back to base camp because I'm going to put this guy on an airplane right away to go home." So he takes me out to the flight line and takes me to the plane. We go on the plane, they're cleaning it, and the stewardesses are on there. And he calls one of the stewardesses over and he said, I want you to take care of my lieutenant on the way home. And I better not find out that you didn't give him anything he wanted. And I mean anything. So I sat right down. They put me down next to the stewardess's place. I got like first class treatment all the way home. And he just says, here's my home phone number. Give my wife a call and tell her I'm okay. So I go home. All right. Now I'm back out. Then I get out of the Army. And I had a love in Fort Bragg, my last duty station, Fort Bragg. And I was really taken by a young woman who was a couple of years out of high school, so she was a little bit younger than me, not much, but a couple of years younger. And I definitely fell for her, and I wanted in her pants. Delete that part, will you? And so I said to her, we ought to get together sometime, and she said, I would, and I really like you. You're really a good guy, but I think you're too straight for me. Too straight? What do you mean? She said, well, have you ever taken acid? What? Acid? What are you talking about? Did you ever smoke any marijuana? I said, no. My company commander in Vietnam told me if anybody in my platoon smoked marijuana, I should kill him. Well, that's what I'm talking about. That's bullshit. And I was like, really? Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll come over Saturday night and I'll turn you on to some marijuana and we'll see what happens. So you're going to like this story. So she comes over and I've got my masculine agenda going. But I really did find her very beautiful and nice and everything. And she was a Black woman. And so there were a lot of things I think we didn't really connect on culturally. But so we smoke, I get really ripped, and she takes me by the hand and she brings me out onto the patio, lays me down on a what are those chairs you lay, like a lawn chair, if you're going to sunbathe.
Yeah.
Chase lounge. A chase lounge. She lays me down on a chase lounge, looks up, and she said, look at the universe and just contemplate yourself and our planet in the universe, because there's many universes out there. Ours is not the only one. So that's when I joined you as a cosmic brother.
Yes.
That's great.
In the multiverse. Perfect.
Okay. So then I'm home. I'm smoking dope. One of my friends came home. He was in a band in the Midwest, and his hair was long. My hair was getting longer and longer. And I kind of wanted to be a hippie because I thought hippies were having a lot of fun, free love, and good music, and all this other stuff. In fact, the day that I went to Vietnam was the day that Woodstock started. You know about
Wow.
Woodstock? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's
Yeah, I
weird
went
timing.
So, anyway, where was I?
I'll tell you where the
The hair was getting longer.
hair was getting long, yeah. And
Huh?
your friend had long hair. Your hair was getting
Oh yeah,
longer.
the cosmic. Yeah, because when you start trying to bring in what is out there, the universe, Native Americans call it Mother Earth and Father Sun. When you look out there, it's so immense, and you feel that you're this big, maybe.
Yeah.
And that's when I started getting off my high horse about being special, being Walter Wonderful.
Mm.
And I participated in a number of peace protests, in particular, a very large one in New York City. And I realized as I was coming into Central Park that there was all of us screaming and yelling against the war and yelling for peace. And I think we were the angriest guys in New York City. And I said, wait a minute, this thing is not going to do well. Anger is not going to get us an end to the war. So I'm at home, I'm smoking dope, I'm trying to, and my parents are worried about me, and my parents' friends are worried about me. And one of them says, we have this friend named Lenny, and he wants to meet you, and et cetera. He's a top Republican in this county. And I go, oh, really? Okay. Well, as a favor to my family friend, I said yes. And I went, and he said, I want to offer you a job. You're an officer in the Army, and I think you want to help other veterans. So I want you to have a job. And we have a program. We'd like you to be the coordinator for veterans employment here in Bergen County, New Jersey. So I do that, and I get in there, and it's all bullshit, of course. They say the governor wants to meet you. And really? Yeah. So I had to drive down to Trenton, and at like 6:00 in the morning, I had to be there. And we waited around, and I was in a room with a young black chick, an older guy, and a guy that just got out of prison. And I was the token Vietnam vet for this photo op of the governor.
Mm.
So I am kind of taking this all in, and I'm thinking like, wait a minute, I am the token Vietnam vet here. And I looked out, and later there was a picture taken at that very moment that I realized that, and I had a look on my face like this, horrified. And that picture actually was printed in the New York Times. I think I can probably find it for you at some point.
That'd be awesome.
That's funny.
About this great program for veterans. And, I was the bullshit guy. I was the prototype of the veteran. And So I went to work, and it was the first time I was ever around Jewish people. I worked out of the job service in Hackensack, New Jersey, and all of the people there were Jewish, men and women. They're all the workers. So I'm one of them really intrigued me. She was a counselor. Okay, and this is where compassion comes in. So this guy came in to see her, shaved head, wearing all black, carrying a stick with a skull on it. Really a sick looking guy. And he was banging around his stick and hitting people with it in the waiting room and being a real out of control guy. She comes out and she says, "Mr. So-and-so, I'm your counselor, Mrs. So-and-so." She was like a lady in her 50s, a middle class Jewish lady. And with that, I'm watching this from afar because I sense danger in this guy. And he grabs her right breast with his left hand. He grabs it and starts squeezing it. And I immediately was up out of my seat and I was going to take him down. And just as I reached him from behind and I was going to drag him to the ground, this lady says, "Stop. Walt, stop. When you reach my age, this is called," and she pointed down to her breast and him holding it, "this is called a fringe benefit of the job." And we all started laughing. I backed off. She took him into her therapy room. About a half hour later, he came out in tears. He had been melted. She had his arm around him. She took him to the front of the office and took him down to his car. I watched from the window, make sure she was okay. His car was a hearse. This guy was out there. So 2 weeks later, as things would have it, I get assigned to work with her on some paperwork. And so I say to her, "Listen, you have some sort of magic that I have never seen before. How could you take a violent guy like that into your office as a middle-aged woman and have him come out as a different person?" She goes, "Well, dear, it's called compassion. And by the way, you have it in you too. You're just going to have to try hard to find it. It's hidden, but it's there for you if you can find it." So that's when I decided I want to be a counselor. And I ended up going back to school and getting my master's degree and all that kind of stuff. Then I was in Burlington, Vermont, where I'd moved to. And I got a call from the VA, the local VA. And this guy said, "I want to come down and talk to you." And I go down to the hospital in White River Junction to meet with the chief of psychiatry. He wants to talk with you. I thought, I was newly sober at the time, about a year sober. And I thought maybe this psychiatrist heard about me pissing on the street drunk or some kind of thing like that. I thought I was in trouble. And when I get down there, he says, "Well, did so-and-so tune you into what we're doing?" And I go, "No, not really." "Well, we're starting a program for Vietnam veterans, a counseling program. And it's been funded through the VA, but it's not a VA program. And we're hiring Vietnam vets to be the counselors and the leaders." So I took the job. I ended up with the job. And many stories emerged from that. Many stories. That's another 2 hours. But so here I am back in the
Cool, yeah.
States. I'm involved with in Vermont. I get named one of the directors of Vietnam Veterans Week. We did a lot of TV and radio work. It was then Jimmy Carter was president. And so the Democrats were a lot more favorable to the Vietnam vets than the Republicans. So back at that time, I became the leader of the first vet center in the country to open their doors. Now there's like 300 of them or something. They're all over the place.
Yeah, there's one down the road from me. So
yeah, and I was the team leader and opened the first vet center.
I got counseling at a vet center, so two different ones. So thank you.
Yeah, well, I just happened to be there at the right time.
Right.
One thing though, real quick, I got a phone call from my leader. She was a psychologist in New York City, and she was a flaming leftist, very paranoid leftist. And she called my office to talk to me one day, and the phone rang and it picked up and it said, FBI. She said, what? Click. Our phones were being tapped by the FBI.
Wow.
Because the Republicans in particular were afraid the Vietnam vets were going to come together as a force and rebel against the government.
So they were surveilling you.
So they were surveilling us because they were afraid of the movement.
Wow.
Guess you could take that as a
So then I get a
compliment.
phone call from our. Yeah. I get a call from our national director. Said, Walt, your job's in jeopardy. What do you mean? We're going to. I don't know that I can save you, but there's some very powerful people that want you fired in Vermont. Who's that? Just I can't tell you who they are. I'm just telling you that's the way it is. You have a sign on your bulletin board telling vets they should demonstrate for jobs. And you need to take that down right now. I go, I'm not taking that down. Yes, you need to take it down right now or else they're going to come and fire you. So I said, you know what? Why don't you fire me right now, motherfucker? Because I still had the combat edge on me, you know? And I said, why don't you fire me right now? Because that thing is never coming off the wall now, ever. I hung up and he just said, you're not gonna know what's gonna happen next. So they said that I was infringing on the Hatch Act, which is no government employee is allowed to have any kind of political life. Anyway, that's what he was going to charge me with. And so I called my friend Rick Weidman from Vermont, and he was one of the top 3 guys in Vietnam Veterans of America, VVA. You may have heard of it.
Mm-hmm.
And they're still around, by the way. And anyway, I said, Rick, what the fuck, man? You know, this guy called me, wants to fire me. He goes, Walt, go home. Don't answer the phone at home. Don't do anything until you hear from me. Okay. I do that. I hear back from him in the morning. And he said, go get the Burlington Free Press, which was the big newspaper for Vermont. Go get a copy of that and look at the front page. On the front page, it says, Vietnam veterans declare war on Senator Stafford, who was the senior senator from Vermont, and a super right-wing guy, and roommate with the director of the VA hospital. And when I was hired to the VA, I was asked if I was ever, one of the questions were, in a dark room with only one light bulb next to me, are you now or have you ever been a veterans organization? Have you ever been a member of a veterans organization? No.
Wow.
No, I never have. I've been involved in a lot of veterans organizations. Yeah, okay. Well, so I didn't have any support from the VA. I didn't call them. I called my friend Rick. I go get a newspaper, front page, big letters. Vietnam veterans declare war on re-election bid of Senator Stafford. Well, immediately, of course, upon having that in the paper, Senator Stafford's office called Rick, said, "What's going on over there at VVA?" He said, I don't know, but the Vietnam veterans in Vermont are really mad. And but there's one person who can help you. His name is Walt Rutherford, and he's the team leader for the Vietnam Veterans Center in Burlington. So they said, "Oh, he'll help us?" "Oh yeah, he'll help us." So Rick tells me, Saturday, he and Mrs. Stafford are coming to the vet center for a photo op and get a nice fire going, wood fire going, a couple of chairs, 3 chairs, 4 chairs. I'll be there. You, me, and Mr. and Mrs. Stafford are going to sit in front of the fireplace. And I want you to bring in about 15 vets. Make sure they'd had a shower that day and they're wearing clean clothes. And they're not coming in like a bunch of bums. And so we had that meeting. And it became that I was going to help this guy quell the big insurgency of the Vietnam vets against him, which was total bullshit.
You're a terrorist organization.
So I went from asshole to comrade with the senator at that point.
That's cool.
Okay,
Wow.
So that's the Vietnam vet stuff. And then I had been working for the state of Vermont, and I had been involved. This is one of my high points as vet center leader. We had 2 things going on. We had an open rap group every Tuesday night, whoever wanted to show. And I get a call from this lady saying that she wanted to come. She was a nurse, and she wanted to bring a quadriplegic Vietnam vet to the rap group. Okay, come on. So she comes and she drives all the way, and the rap group has already started. And I go outside and I meet her, and they're getting this guy out of the van, and it's not an easy thing, And this nurse is like Asian. And so I said, and she said, I served in Vietnam as well. So I said, well, you're perfectly welcome to come into the rap group with your patient. Okay, so let me just go in and tell the boys. So I go in and I tell them, look, there's this guy coming in, quadriplegic, his nurse wants to come in. And one guy goes, I just saw her out the window. She's a fucking kook, man. You can't allow her in here. I said, wait a minute. Yeah, she's Asian, but no, she doesn't belong. Well, she was a nurse in Vietnam. I think she belongs as well as you do. So he got voted out, and they said they could come in. She comes in, And she sits down, and they're all staring at her. And she's very open, and she slams on a table like that. And she said, "Give me a fucking cigarette." The guys brought her a cigarette, and that made her very welcome. She had the right Vietnam vet attitude. She was one of us. The second thing I did, which was racial, was I told our guys that all the lies about Thanksgiving I learned were bullshit. Working with Native Americans, the settlers were not these gracious and thankful people. They were giving them, Indian blankets with disease in it, et cetera, and fucking them over whenever they could. And so let's see. I said to these guys, I've got an idea of what we should do. We should be the Indians, and we should invite the Vietnamese refugees in our area here. There was a bunch of them, had just come to, work on farms and stuff like that. We should invite them here, and if you guys have enough balls to do this, I want you to invite them. I want you to go around the city, get food for a traditional Thanksgiving dinner, and I want you to invite them here for it, and I want you to serve them. And I want you to be gracious, and I want you to welcome them. Oh, well, then you're a fucking pussy if you can't do that. And that was the key. They took me up on it, and we did have this incredible Thanksgiving dinner like that. So those are the two things I was both proud of at Vet Center. We also started a whole bunch of programs, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, I got introduced when I first became a team leader, before we even opened our doors, to one of the high holy ones from Tibet, the Karmapa of Tibet.
Oh,
And
you've told me about this before. Yeah. Please feel free to share, but yeah.
So I ended up going to talk with him, and I said, I am going to open an office tomorrow morning to counsel Vietnam veterans. And, when you're talking to somebody and you don't realize they don't speak your language, what do? You speak louder and you say more. That's what I did. And then all of a sudden the translator says, "Sir, Rinpoche has one question to ask you." What's that? "Are you one of these people?" And I said, this little boy's voice, "Yes." And he said, "That's wonderful. Because if you're one of these guys, all you have to do is heal yourself, and that will help them recover." So the next day, when we got to the thing, actually Sunday, the same day, I went out, opened the office up, and I got these big boards that we put on there, covered over the VA bullshit, pastoral scenes and stuff they had put in the office. And it said, "What can you contribute?" And then the other one said, "We are a community that needs you." And I said to my counselors, we're not going to do traditional counseling. What we're going to do is we're going to listen to people's stories. We're going to validate their experience. We're going to invite them in, and we're going to see them not as the, PFC that was on KP all the time, but the guy who is a human being and who has a lot of potential. And that's what we're going to transmit to everybody. And that was our healing approach.
Heal yourself to heal others.
Huh?
He said he told you heal yourself to heal
And so,
others.
yeah. What's that?
What did the guy say? I forget his name. The Buddhist guy. He said the guy you were talking. He said you have to first you must heal yourself or something like that. Yeah. What was his name?
Oh, the Karmapa. Yeah.
Karmapa. Yeah.
His name was Karmapa. That's the Karmapa of Tibet.
Karmapa.
And through him, I met a bunch of Tibetan people. I ended up going to India a couple of times. I had several meetings with Dalai Lama. I went to several. I became very interested in Buddhism and also in Tibetan medicine. I was very interested in that, which is a kind of herbal medicine. And I helped bring 3 of the doctors from India that were doctors, ceremonial doctors for the Dalai Lama. And I helped introduce them around all over Burlington, etc. I'm sorry, San Diego, this is now.
Got it.
So I hosted this Dr. Tenzin Chodok, who was put in prison by the Chinese when they took over Tibet in 1959. They put him in prison because they said he had a bad attitude because he was a doctor. He had too much of a upper class attitude, which was not true. This man was. So he was in prison under the Chinese for umpteen years, had to eat rats out of the garbage dump to have protein, was beaten severely, et cetera, And when he was finally released, like about 20 years later, he left Tibet and came to India. And I hosted him in several places through the United States. So I was very involved with him. And as a result, I also had a teacher, a main teacher who I met in San Diego. And he was a very high teacher, Geshe Seppel, his name was. He's still alive. He's in his late 80s now. And so I was following that path as well. I was following that Buddhist path. I ended up becoming a teacher of Tibetan Buddhism. It was all about compassion and love. And being another, the Dalai Lama often said, if you can't help, at least don't hurt others. And I felt, and I said for a long part of some of the worst and best behaviors in Vietnam, and I just wanted to dedicate myself to helping other people, and was the start of my career. So I had a lot of interns over the years, and I had a private practice. I also started a school of psychology in San Diego, and one of the components of that school was Tibetan Buddhism. So I was teaching Tibetan Buddhism, and I also was bringing in these high lamas from India to teach my students. And so it became more and more of an aspect of my work. In fact, my group room, which was just a bare room, became a kind of like Tibetan temple with all the Buddhas, etc. Above my shoulder here is what's called a tanka. And this is the medicine Buddha. And so whenever I do counseling, I usually sit in front of it. And when I'm doing counseling, I'm asking for medicine Buddha to do healing on my client.
Hmm.
Okay, so this picture here to the right, this is Geshe Seppel and a young man that he found that was a reincarnation of one of his teachers. Next one down is we had an OCS reunion here in San Diego. The black guy is named, he's a minister now. Reverend Joe Young, his name is. The most awesome soldier I ever met. He was our leader in OCS. He was our numero uno. Got the shit kicked out of him for anything that anybody did wrong. He had to pay the price in public. The TAC officers were really brutal with him. And he and I and another guy that I went to college with, who did, Mike Safian dropped out of OCS in 8 weeks, went to Americal Division, carried a radio, and was shot up to shit. Was in a body cast for over a year. A couple of years ago, he committed suicide, one of the many of our guys. But anyway, that's it. And then there's Bonnie and I with our chicken, one of our chickens here on the farm. And this is a picture of Dalai Lama speaking with Bishop Tuka. If you really have to look him up. And he did what's called the Truth and Reconciliation Council. This was something he put together with, what was the guy that was the leader in South Africa? The big guy.
Mandela?
Nelson Mandela.
Mandela.
Yeah.
Mentale. Yeah, and what they did in South Africa was they offered forgiveness to any of the abusers from the old regime. And all they would have to do to get forgiven and have no charges against them and being released from prison would be they would have to come to a place and hear the stories of the people that they abused.
Hmm.
They didn't have to say they were sorry. They didn't have to do anything but experience that, and they were forgiven. And in a lot of ways, we believe now in America and in American militarism around the world, we need this kind of truth and reconciliation. People of and all the installations. There's 800 U.S. military establishments around the world.
Yeah, I knew there was a bunch, but that's a lot.
800 mothers. Yeah, 800. And South America, Central America, Africa. We have all these wars. And, over the country's sick and tired of it. And people like us that know better.
Am.
Nobody wins a war. So anyhow, that's
No, that was
dear
great.
to me. Their gratitude. No, I still have it. So I still have it. So then my first wife, could I have a few minutes?
Yeah, we've got maybe 10 minutes. So if you want to talk about your church, just keep that in mind.
Yeah, I want to ask Bonnie to Ken. Okay, she can do it.
Yeah,
quick.
for sure.
She's used to it. So anyway,
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's the church.
Penny?
Hey, Bunny, can you come in? We got 10 minutes left.
Sure. I'll be right there. But
Here she comes. She's either going to come in through that website because I gave her a link, or she's going to come in the room here.
Okay, perfect.
So I
Yeah.
married a woman who was a hippie and a drug addict like me. We had 25 years together. We had 2 kids. I have been diagnosed by Agent Orange poisoning. And as a result of that, I've had one medical issue after another. Diabetes, heart problems. Why don't you have a seat here, Bunny? I'd like to introduce you to Reverend Bonnie Tarwater. Just call her Bonnie.
hi, how
Here's
are you?
David. You met at that
Bonnie.
party.
Oh, yes,
Chris
I remember
graduation.
you, David. Nice to see you
Yeah.
again.
Nice
Okay.
to see you too. This is my friend Mike and our podcast. We're grateful for you guys, Walt and you, to come in and talk to us for a few minutes. So thank you.
Hi, Bonnie. It's nice to meet
Well,
you.
congratulations on
Thanks for joining us.
having your podcast. Hi, let's see.
So
I need to
I pulled up your
close the
website.
website so I see you.
I pulled it up.
Okay.
And I'll pull it back.
Yeah, but I can't see.
There we go.
There it is.
Hold on. I'll see if I can fix it.
Now I see I see
Dave,
the Mike,
There.
not the face of Mike. That's okay.
Just go down a little.
Oh, can I scroll down? I'm not on my regular computer. Let's see. Mike, now I see you.
Now you can't see David.
Now I can't see David. Now I can see both of you, sort of. Yeah.
Perfect.
So how are you guys?
So yeah, we're good.
You're
We just
very
spent
kind.
the last 2 hours hearing Walt's whole life story. But the part that I don't
That's
know, I met
great.
Walt 10 years ago in San Diego.
Mhm.
And I don't know what happened after that and how you guys started your church and everything. So I was looking on the website and stuff like that. So he figured you were the best person to talk about it. So
Uh-huh. Yeah.
is there anything you want to tell us
Well,
about?
I think it was in sure. In 2015, I had worked as a regular traditional parish minister, and in 2015, we both worked with my teacher and mentor John Cobb on an international ecology conference, and that really changed my life. I had a real raising of consciousness about the severity of our ecological. And so I decided I didn't want to do traditional ministry anymore. I really wanted to dedicate the rest of my life to caring for the earth and teaching and raising people's consciousness about a new vision for the planet where we can live in harmony with the natural world and with one another. And so Walt has been a counselor, as you know, for decades, and I do pastoral counseling and spiritual direction. So
I was David's mentor. by the way.
yes, I know, I remember
BB
that. Yeah,
Stephen.
yeah. So we started a nonprofit church and just started with the 2 of us in our living room and our own counseling center. And then I have been studying Alfred North Whitehead, who's a physicist, and John Cobb, my teacher, is the major interpreter of Alfred North Whitehead, and also Rudolf Steiner, who has very similar ideas to Whitehead. So both of them were, philosophers and thinkers, and Whitehead was a mathematician and a mathematician and physicist, and Rudolf Steiner was a spiritual teacher. So they have different, but the idea that our Cartesian, Newtonian idea of the world is really a problem and one of the main causes of our ecologic destruction of our habitat. So we're living during the 6th extinction of life on Earth, so those are hard truths to look at. So we are trying to create beloved communities so people can have the support they need to tell the truth about what's happening. And that's very interconnected to the trauma work that Walt has done. And of course, I've done it too, and it turns out women have the same, symptoms of PTSD that have suffered domestic violence as, war veterans. And that was my history. That was, as Walt says, my Vietnam, my first marriage. So it is a transdisciplinary, the idea that, we need community, we need counseling, and we need church. We've never needed the ancient wisdom traditions more than we do now. And
I noticed that on the website that it said you basically invite all spiritualities from all over and anyone's welcome kind of thing. And I thought that was super cool too.
Yes. And I am a Unitarian Universalist, minister, and that is the tradition of Unitarian Universalism. But I'm also a Christian. And I really believe that we need to learn and interact and invite people of all faiths, wherever people are on their spiritual journey. And we really need teachers, and we need to go deeper into traditions. So we offer, centering prayer and Bible study.
Meditation.
And we study the teachings of Jesus, whose teachings about, we need to serve God, not money. We need to learn to forgive and love our enemies and pray for our persecutors. These are life-saving, ancient, teachings that we need in this time of ecologic crisis. So at any rate, we're doing biodynamic farming, because this is what Rudolf Steiner taught. It's a spiritual kind of farming, that it's not enough just to not use chemicals. We have to have loving relationships with the natural world. So that's what we're up to.
That sounds super cool and interesting, that I'd like to learn more about. Walt, I don't know if he told you this, but he did say I could come visit the farm at some point. So
Dave and Mike, you have a standing invitation. Come for as long as you like. It's very beautiful. Yeah.
They're in Oregon, Mike, right near the coast, actually. So.
It's so beautiful. You can't believe it. It's just beautiful.
Well, when I heard you guys had moved up there, it made me really happy, because it just sounds like a nice. And then I was Walt was showing me pictures and stuff, and it just seems like a perfect like little community for you guys to be in, and that you're creating. So that's super exciting. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you, and you're welcome anytime.
Awesome.
And we have lots of Zoom programs. We have lots of Zoom programs, and I really want to lift up our newest program is I'm really passionate about. It's called Earth Crisis Support Groups and Potluck Parties, and we have them in person here, and we're starting them other places. We hope to start them all over the world, and the idea is that people need a safe place to tell the truth about what's going on with them personally, about what's happening in the world, and they need to eat together. This is the key that creates community. So we have a new Zoom group. So any Monday you could join us. We actually bring our dinner and eat. So
that sounds fun. After the interview, if you guys could send us links to any of this stuff, or it's not just on the website.
All on the website. It's all on the website. There's two websites. There's the church, and then there's the counseling center. Our Common Home Counseling Center.org and Church for Our Common Home. And
we'll put those below in our YouTube video for anyone who can check it out.
Perfect.
Wonderful. That's great. Well, where are you guys geographically right now?
We live in Georgia.
Oh, that's great. And that's where John Cobb is from. He's a Georgian. He's a Southern gentleman.
Yeah, I looked him up.
99 years.
He's 99, correct? And he's still part of your church and participating and everything?
He comes every Sunday. It's unbelievable.
So he's got quite the history too, and I don't know if he'd be willing to talk to us at some point too, but or if he's up for anything like that. I know he's 99, but that would be neat, because he's kind of
he's just gone on hospice care. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's just gone on hospice care, and but I think I'm going to go visit him after Christmas. So he's still he can seem sort of out of it now, which he never was. Mm-hmm. But then in the next minute, he says the most profound thing you've ever heard in your life. So he's still with it. It depends on if you get him on
right.
He's out in the multiverse.
Yeah.
Right. What's the best place to check out his work, like a particular book or anything like that? He's an author.
He has if you just Google him, the Cobb Institute is one of the institutions that he started. The Center for Process Studies is another. The Living Earth Movement is co-sponsoring the Earth Crisis Support Groups and Potluck Parties with our Church for Our Common Home, or rather our counseling center. So if you, I would check out the Cobb Institute first, the Center for Process Studies, but he's internationally extremely well known and much less known in the United States. Yeah.
And anybody in the Methodist Church will know of him.
Yeah,
if
he's
you
a
run into
Methodist.
anybody from the Methodist Church.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to learning more about him as well, because he was your mentor, Bonnie. Is that right?
Oh yes, he has been. If it wasn't for John Cobb, we've named our farm after him. Our farm is called the John Cobb Echo Farm.
Okay.
And if it wasn't for John Cobb's support and Walt's support, we wouldn't have a church. I wouldn't be doing this. So between the two of them, I have a very supportive husband and very supportive teacher, and we need that. We can't, we have to help each other, change the world.
I believe in teachers, and Walt was a teacher of mine, and so I try to do the same thing for others,
Yes. John Cobb has students all over the world. I've never known anybody more generous than he is.
Wonderful.
And you can check out on his latest book is called Confessions. And he invited me to write the last chapter. And he asked me the question, can women save Christian discipleship?
Interesting.
So of course, what am I going to say? No. So I said yes. I wrote a chapter about that. And then the Earth Crisis support groups and potluck parties are the project that came out of that. And the appendix of the book is about that. You can find the audio version of my chapter and the guidelines on the church website. And the audio version, you can go buy the book. If you're interested, I'll mail it to you. But the audio version of the whole book is coming out soon.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, guys. This has been great.
Dave, Mike, so nice.
Yeah, you guys too. Walt was like, how long are we going to do? I was like, maybe 45 minutes to an hour. We did 2.5 hours. It's awesome. So cool.
Yeah, we could talk more. I feel like I could learn a lot more from both of you. You're both doing amazing things in your community, and that's something to be proud of.
Yeah.
And so maybe you'll get a
Zoom.
visit from Mike and Dave's Multiverse to the farm. Yeah.
Yes. Please do. Please come visit. We have doing woofing. Have you ever heard of that? Worldwide organic farming. It's a wonderful program. So woofers come from all over the world. We had a woofer from Rwanda, and they come for either a week or they.
Yeah.
Well, you can look at our woof page on the www.woof.usa.org, I think. But no, you are welcome to come for a visit and stay as long as you like. We have a beautiful new guest house. And usually we worship in the barn every Sunday at 4 with the animals, but it's so cold. We're inside, but join us anytime, Sunday at 4 if you like, and then you'll get to meet John Cobb. And we have a very smart young man who's going to try to help us get a wood stove in the barn so we can have worship with the animals all year long. So.
Cool. That sounds wonderful.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Hey, have a nice rest of your day, guys. Thank you so much.
Okay,
and we're just starting this podcast, so you guys are episode number 3. So thank you so much.
We just watched a TV show on Netflix called Bodkin about a guy who is making a podcast. Have you seen it or heard of it?
I haven't, but I'm going to look at it. What is it called?
No, it's not very good, but it is a guy starting a podcast.
A guy starting a podcast in Ireland.
In Ireland. It has some entertaining things. Yeah.
Perfect.
Bye.
Hey, Dave.
Thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
I'll call you soon, Walt.
At Tractor Supply, we're all about helping you get more projects done for less. You'll find incredible prices on the tools you need from the brands you trust, like DeWalt, Makita, Porter Cable, and more. Stock your shop today and turn your to-do list into your done list at Tractor Supply.
Wayfair presents Accent Furniture. Ooh la la. Save on cabinets in every style for every style.
Oh, hello.
Find a new bench with top looks at low prices. And get all the side tables and savings. Plus assembly that's basically already assembled. And fast and free shipping straight to your door. So go ahead. Pick up a new Accent. Shop Accent Furniture for way less. At Wayfair.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
The plan is to balance the live streams with the interviews.
That's right. Let's do an interview segment.
Let's do an interview segment.
I think it's time for an interview.
Who are you?
My name is Mike.
I'm Dave, and this
Welcome
is
to the Multiverse.
Yeah, we'll get that. So this segment is going to be one of our interview segments. It's going to be taped, and basically we want to interview interesting people that we meet in the multiverse. And so a good friend of mine, Jason, was gracious enough to join our show to be our very first guest on Mike and Dave's Humans of the Multiverse. And he's a good buddy of mine. I worked with him at one of the largest nonprofit organizations that helps veterans in the country, if not the largest. And we got to know each other really well there. And I just think he's a really interesting guy, really passionate about what he does, a really good father and a really outstanding friend. So I thought we'd bring him on to talk. And without further ado, let's bring on Jason. Hey, buddy, how's it going?
Good, man. How are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Hey, Jason,
man,
I'm Mike. It's good to meet you.
This is my buddy Mike, by the way.
Good to meet you too, man.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. You're literally our first guest on Mike and Dave's Humans of the Multiverse. So how do you feel about that?
Hey, pretty cool.
Awesome. You at work right now, or what are you up to?
Work from home on Mondays and Fridays. So
nice. I did want to ask you a little bit about the new job, but that's kind of towards the end of the interview. So
sure. I probably won't mention the location just because I haven't had permission to.
Sure. I know.
Just in general.
And I wanted to ask, what do you think about WWP? Probably the same thing, right? Because
be safe.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I wasn't sure, but we're not going to talk shit about WWP or anything. So I just wanted to ask you about your experience in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, all right, cool, awesome. Anything else you don't want us to touch or what?
No.
Okay.
I'm good with anything. Yeah, man.
Good. And then go ahead, Mike. You're up first.
All right. Well, Jason, can you tell us who you are and what do you do for a living?
Yeah, my name's Jason Bush, and I work with wounded, ill, and injured veterans, and I have been now for the last almost 13 years.
Wow, dang, 13 years. That's longer than you were serving in the military, right?
Yes, much longer.
How long? So you were in the Marines, right?
Yes. Okay. I was active duty from 1998 to the end of 2003.
And to the end of 2003, 1990 to the end of 2003. So you joined before 9/11.
I did.
Okay. One of my questions was going to be, what did 9/11, was that a catalyst for you joining? So what was the catalyst for you joining the Marines?
To be honest, ever since I was a kid, I always wanted to be a firefighter medic. And growing up in South Florida, departments didn't have their own academies at the time, so you had to go to a local community college. And there was a waiting list 2 to 3 years long. And by the time I graduated, I still wasn't even halfway through with that waiting list. So a few of my friends went in the military. And the Marines, to be specific, and I really respected them and the pride that they had for the country and their service. And I thought, hey, why don't I give it a shot? It was probably the last person in the world you'd think would be able to successfully even finish Marine Corps boot camp. But it just took a whole lot of heart and sure will. And so I did. August of 98, I left for Paris Island and then went to infantry school after that, and then MOS school, and then was stationed with the battalion Marines out of Kent, Pennsylvania. It's an infantry battalion.
Cool. So speaking of Paris Island, I'm going to share my screen a little bit here for a second, and I want you to get on a scale of 1 to 10. How accurate is this? Okay. All right. Wait 1 second.
Okay.
Get there. That's not it. Wait 1 second. All right. I'm going to screen share right now. Share.
Chaplain Charlie will tell you about how the free world will conquer communism with the aid of God and a few Marines. God has a hard-on for Marines because we kill everything we see. He plays his games, we play ours. To show our appreciation for so much power, we keep heaven packed with fresh souls. God was here before the Marine Corps, so you can give your heart to Jesus, but your ass belongs to the Corps. Do you ladies understand?
Sir, yes, sir.
I can't hear you.
Sir, yes, sir.
Chaplain Charlie.
So, and I only bring that up because when I first moved to the U.S. from Canada to join the military, I saw a commercial of this Marine, and he was like climbing a mountain. And when he got to the top, he was like in his dress blues, and he like fought a
rock
dragon
monster
and
or dragon, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do that. So then my dad's like, wait a second. Let's watch Full Metal Jacket first. And so I watched Full Metal Jacket, and I was like, I think I'm going to join the Army, Dad. So how accurate is that? And do you have any funny stories from basic training or anything?
Well, it's pretty darn accurate. And the fact that, Lee Ermey was, in fact, a Marine and a drill instructor in real life at one point. Those barracks, that squad bay that they were in was actually the weapons training battalion squad bays that we stayed in when we went to the rifle range for 2 weeks.
Oh, wow.
So even the location was accurate. But funny stories. I don't know if anybody, when they set their feet on those yellow footprints, said, wow, I made the right decision. I'm sure there's a lot that did, but I was one of those that said, "Oh my gosh, what the heck did I do?
What did I do?"
And then first phase is first phase, and probably a good part of second phase is just tearing you down, making you feel like you're just nothing, so they can build you back up and form you into the exact warrior that they want you to be, and it makes sense.
You said
I think that the Marines.
You said that you would be one of the last people you expect. Why is that? What made you feel less likely to succeed maybe over that first hurdle?
I wasn't an athlete. I was an outdoors guy. Just because anything with a ball, till this day I can't play. I'm not a very athletic person, so in most people's opinion, to you have the best physically and that. And while our standards are extremely high, probably some of the highest, I think that they have a unique ability of making anybody into a Marine if they just have an ounce of soul and heart to do it. I think it's after I got through boot camp, I was like, that was next to impossible, but if I could do it, anybody could do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's probably maybe a unique trait that I had that I didn't realize that I had is a no quit attitude,
mm-hmm.
and a heck of a lot of heart, and the desire to not quit and let anything beat me.
Yeah, I bet you saw some people who maybe were more athletic than you, or more fit than you, or more quit. literally quit.
Yeah. We started with over 60, and we finished with, I think, 51.
Yeah.
So, so that was pretty incredible. And I never shot a rifle in my life, so they were able to make me into the marksman they wanted me to be, and I didn't have any bad habits from hunting with my dad or anything like that. So, over the course of 5 years, I was, fifth ward expert, qualifying with iron sights at 500 yards. So, which to me is a pretty big deal.
That's a big deal to me because I'm a medic and I can barely shoot. I swear sometimes somebody was in another lane shooting targets down for me just so we could go home. I'm just kidding, but I'm always impressed with people who can shoot because it's not something that I was very good at. Was there anything else that you felt like you were good at as a Marine besides shooting?
I think I already had attention to detail and was very kind of particular. So showing attention to detail in everything I did was that kind of came natural to me. The physical stamina, that was something that had to be built, and the strength, that was something that had to be built and would continue being built.
Yeah, me and you were exact opposite on that because I came into basic training the fastest guy there, but like with absolutely zero attention to detail. As you know from working with me for 3 or 4 years, I'm a bit of a scatterbrain. Mike learned that about me earlier this week, but it was the opposite for me. The hard part was like, not forgetting stuff and getting everyone in trouble for me. And the easy part was going around and climbing stuff, But it's just interesting, like you said, how they're able to just take all these different people with different shapes and sizes and strengths and skill sets and abilities and mold them into, this team with a singular mission. And in your particular case, that mission ended up being deploying to Iraq for the invasion, correct?
Yep.
And so I kind of
several, so we, I guess you could say we're fortunate enough to have several real world situations prior to Iraq, which made us, when we got to Iraq, had all been together for 5 years. So we were a well-oiled machine. And, my first deployment, we did a humanitarian operation in East Timor, who was in a civil war, with West Timor. And then we were with the USS Cole when they were bombed. And so we spent probably the better part of 2.5 months at the USS Cole's side, providing security in the Gulf of Aden and on different ships that were still there, recovery efforts, security at the airport where the Cole was there picking up munitions to continue their journey. So that was something. And September 11th happened, and I was supposed to get out August 23rd of 2000.
Wow.
And we were set to go on deployment again right about when September 11th happened. And I wanted to be able to get another one under my belt. So I extended my enlistment voluntarily, added 6 months to it, which ended up being Operation Enduring Freedom. And where 1-1 went to Afghanistan, me 3-1. We went all over in the Middle East and spent the summer of 2000. Let's see, the fall of 2001 and the summer of 2002 in the Horn of Africa and Jordan, different places. We were attacked on Farlaka Island by some terrorists, and we lost a guy there.
Farlaka?
And
geography.
Farlaka Island, it's an island off the coast of Kuwait.
Okay.
And And then I was supposed to get out in January of 2003, but I went home on leave first for Christmas of 2002. And while we were home on leave, we got a call that said, "Hey, you need to come back. We might be going to war." And we're like, "Well, I'm supposed to get out." So I had already brought home all my personal effects, my vehicle. I drove it across the country and went back. And they said, "Hey, we're likely going to be the tip of the spear because we're the most well-oiled machine." And over the next week or so, I guess they decided that we were going to go. So we drove all of our stuff down to Naval Base in San Diego, loaded our ships, and they said, "Guess what? You're stop loss. You're not going."
That's what I was just going to ask. Did you get the infamous stop loss? So, Mike, what a stop loss is essentially at the beginning of the OIF and OEF, they basically say, "Sorry, you're not getting out. We're extending you for 2 weeks or 2 years, I mean," and then they deploy you to people who are about to get out. So I actually didn't know that Jason was stop loss. How did you feel about that? Like,
that's what I got for volunteering to
6
stay
months
for
voluntary
OEF.
extension turns into multi-years when something like that takes place.
Yep.
Okay.
We did about 18 months longer.
So your voluntary one turned into an extra one because you got stop loss. Man,
and I'm actually curious a bit. Before we go too far past 03, jog my memory, sort of what transpired between 9/11, 2001, 2003 when the invasion of Iraq began. Surely things were heating up throughout 2002 when you were in the Jordan area. What was going on at that time?
Yeah, we were all over in the Middle East. And like I said, where we spent the longest was in the Horn of Africa because, apparently there was terroristic activity there and an area for a lot of terrorists, like Djibouti, Somalia, Ethiopia. Like it was just right there, just across the water from, Yemen and all the other Middle Eastern countries. So, And so we did a couple small operations, but didn't have any combat engagement per se. We were done at that time. Marines did 6-month deployments. And East Coast Marines went to the Mediterranean in the Middle East. West Coast Marines went to the South Pacific and Indonesia, Asian areas, and the Indian Ocean and the Middle East. And we had gotten back with I guess at the time, those of us that weren't up high and seeing what was the possibility. I don't even remember if they said there was a possibility that Iraq would kick off. I don't know. But I know it was a surprise when they said to come back. You're not getting out.
Okay. I'm going back to, in my mind, to where I was at that time, like in my life. I was still living in Canada. I remember watching on the news sort of the whole shock and awe operation in Iraq, which was, we were all watching it just like light up the sky. Mike was probably 10 years old at the time. Like, where were you during, when we were all watching that on TV?
So we were just south of the Iraqi border. We floated in Kuwait probably, I would say early to mid-February. I mean, we were balls of the wall the whole way across the Pacific. It was just this big gray wall of just firepower moving across the Pacific. And we got there pretty quick. We set up and we were sitting just maybe a mile or two south of the Iraq border. And I remember March 19th being the day that we had gotten our marching orders and moved right up to the border. And then sometime between the 19th and the 21st is when we actually invaded, even though the history books say the 21st. I have my little Green Monster book otherwise, I thought it was a different day than it was, but that's how I have it written down.
Well, history is written
we
by...
can hear and see jets flying.
I remember that week, but it was a spring semester, my 6th grade year, and my English teacher would turn on the news.
Wow. Yeah, I guess I was going to ask this since since anyway. But where were you, Jason, when 9/11 did happen? You were already in the Marines. Where were you?
I was getting up. I was already in E4, so I was on barracks duty for the day, and it was just about 5 in the morning, and I was getting up, and my folks who were on the East Coast, they called me and said, "Turn the news on. We're being attacked." And I'm like, "What? What are you talking about? Like, they've really lost their mind."
Who would attack?
And turned the TV on and saw it, and it was like, "Oh my gosh, like this is crazy." They shut the base down and gave everybody, issued everybody if you were on duty, issued everybody a weapon and it was loaded, and it had serious, orders, and it was pretty crazy. Guys that lived off base with their families, they weren't able to leave base for, I don't know, I want to say like a week or more. And nobody could leave, nobody could come on. Yeah, it was crazy.
Wow. Yeah. Because I was in Canada, and there was I had no even intention of joining the military. Little did I know that 3 years later I'd be in the same place you were. But this isn't about me. It's about you. And I wanted to, before we move on to Mike, wanted to ask you some questions about your after military career. But before we move on, I wanted to ask any funny stories from Iraq, like some of the stuff that really that I really try to stand out from let's stand out from my deployment were funny things that I did with my friends and silly things, jokes we had. I remember you telling me one, and if you don't feel like telling it, it's okay, but something about you guys getting soap for the first time in forever, and trucks are driving
get
by.
In the shower?
Yeah.
Oh no! My first funny story is about that. We hadn't invaded yet, and I guess the engineers, combat engineers, had built this berm up around us, and we had these two pallets, a pallet on the ground to stand on, and a pallet on either side. And I'm standing there with a 5-gallon jerry can, like it's been a week or two, and I'm taking this shower and stuff, kind of a shower, and all of a sudden this big convoy of Amtrak's pull up on the berm, and I'm just sitting there in my glory, and they're all up, and they're like, "Hell yeah!" And they get out their little disposable cameras, and they're taking pictures and stuff, and I'm like, "Here you go, enjoy."
Yeah. What I found so funny about that story is that somewhere on someone's disposable camera is Jason's Dirty Bird, probably on more than one. Somebody's grandkid is going to be going through that. They're going to find it in the attic, and then there's Jason's glory.
Yeah. And then another time we did probably. This was probably, we invaded March 19th, 21st-ish, and it was probably not until after Easter time frame. So it'd been a good month and a half. I just remember where we were during Easter. So it was at least a month or more since we'd had a shower, and our NBC team had set up a Senator, which is like a pump over a well that was
NBC is nuclear, biological, and chemical, for those who don't know.
Oh, thank you. And so there's a picture of us, 2 pages worth in a book. It's called So Many Hours or So Many Miles to Baghdad. There's a panoramic picture of about 40 or 50 Marines' asses with this hose hanging over us, raining down water, and all of our rifles are stacked. And we're having this big group shower, and it was the most wonderful thing. And then that's when you really found out, who had tattoos in places that, you probably had never seen before, whether it was on their ass cheek or a tramp stamp or whatever. And I remember we had this gunnery sergeant he was a badass, and he had a freaking rose tattooed right on his ass cheek. And we gave him shit for that. We gave him shit for that for months after that. And like, you're not so hard. You have a rose on your ass cheek. But I remember our clothes could stand up on their own. You know, they were just so full of dirt and grime and
Sweat. Good time. Good time.
Yeah, man.
And so you were in Iraq for 6 months. You came home, and life was harder than you thought, huh? After you got back.
Yes. 'Cause when I was in, my folks, they left where I grew up, and they came to where we are now. And so when I came home, not only did I come home to a different world as it would be if I went home to where I grew up, it was even more different because I didn't know anybody. And I thought I was fine. And I very much wasn't. And, the struggle would begin. But in the middle of that struggle, I had landed the career of my dreams with a metro area fire department. And others that were in my class had waited years there also, believe it or not, because it was probably one of the best departments in the nation, busiest. And so people really at one time waited to get into it. And I didn't tell them that I just walked on. I just walked into the county office one day and accidentally walked into the CEO's office of this county. And he brought me to the police and fire recruiter. And I mean, I had to take a written exam, but then that just got me on the list. And little did I know I'd be starting, I think like April 4th or 6th of 2004. So I was out of work for, I had terminal leave which is, you take all your days that you have saved up, max of 60, and you can leave and you can get paid for 2 months, as if you were still in. And I got a little part-time job here and there, and then I started my career as a firefighter medic in April of 2004.
So it was all going according to plan anyway at that point, right?
Yes.
Wait a minute now. How do you plan? How do you accidentally walk into the CEO's office?
That's a great question. I didn't know where I was. I'd never been here. I just pushed a button on the elevator, and the elevator door opened to the foyer of his office, and there wasn't a receptionist or anything. So I just walked in looking for somebody.
Tip top button.
Yeah.
Button.
There he was with his feet on his desk smoking a cigarette.
That's rather serendipitous, is it not?
Yeah.
That's strange because otherwise it may not have ever happened.
Correct. And during that time, I had started talking to an old family friend that our families had grown up together, and we started building a long distance relationship. And I made it through fire academy. I made it through the medic academy, which was the medic part was the hardest academically that I'd ever worked in my life because I'm not
tough. That test is really
like
different.
books. I don't like studying. I don't like anything where I have to. I'm good at the hands-on stuff. I did great with all that stuff. It's the book stuff and the testing and all of that. And was at not only was I at one of the busiest departments in the nation, I was at the busiest station in the department. So it was like, well, and it was also 3rd Battalion. As I was in the Marine in the boot camp, I was in 3rd Battalion. In the fleet, I was 3rd Battalion, 1st Marines, and I get to the fire service, and I was in 3rd Battalion. So, like, I don't know if 3 is my lucky number or what, but
that's amazing.
Really
the number 3,
yeah.
I just met someone at lunch today, and we were talking about the number 3 just a couple hours ago.
That's
so today's episode is brought to you by the number 3.
That's correct.
And actually, this is actually our 3rd episode. Literally,
kind of sorted in the grand scheme.
This episode, then we did a 1st episode, and then this. So that's weird.
Wow.
We wanted to kind of transition into talking about, how you got involved with WWP, and how. And feel free to share as little or as much as you'd like, but how PTSD played a role in your own personal struggle, and then how you got into helping others.
Yeah. So, I'll try to breeze through this as quickly as I can.
Yeah.
Every 3rd day, I worked 24 on, 48 off, and it was like combat every 3rd day in a very, very rough area of town, shootings, stabbings, kids being killed, adults being killed. The fires were actually the funnest part. The hardest part was all the other traumatic BS, and just the lack of humanity in the area that I worked in. I craved it. I loved it. I still miss it till this day. But once I got to my station out in the field, it was like October, November of 2004. 2005, I got married. And my daughter was my oldest was 8 months old when my first wife and I got married. And then by 2008, things were really starting to come out even more, that there was something that just wasn't right with me. I mean, it was from when I got home, but the difference was I wasn't married and didn't have children and all of that. So my wife at the time drugged me to the VA kicking and screaming. They diagnosed me with PTSD, depression, anxiety, a few other things, and said that I needed to, start seeing somebody. And so I did. In 2011, my doctor told me about this organization called Wounded Warrior Project. Had I ever heard of it? And I said, yeah, isn't that for folks that have been blown up and burned and missing
Physically
limbs
wounded?
and all that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And she says, well, I don't think so. Maybe you should give them a call. So I gave them a call and found out that they were for invisible wounds also, which I was just learning about. So the very first thing I did with them was called a Project Odyssey, which was a rehabilitative mental health retreat in Park City, Utah. And it was the first time since I'd come home in 2003 that I realized that I wasn't alone. There's nothing magical about it. I wasn't like a new person when I left there. But what I did know that I didn't know before I got there was that I wasn't alone and there was resources. So I started over the next 2.5 years being very involved as much as I could. They decided that I'd be a good peer mentor, sent me to peer mentor training. So I started, helping out a lot and, helping other guys and girls that were dealing with the same things. And about that time, I woke up one day in 2000 and the end of 2012, actually the day after Christmas, and found myself a single father. So I was kind of forced to make a decision, and that decision was to leave the fire service. Right before I had been promoted to captain, and left something I planned on being at 30 years. And so just at the right time, I'm a huge believer, a man of faith. And I really believe that God knew what I needed when I needed it, and what my kids needed. And Wounded Warrior Project had just opened up an office in Atlanta. And so I applied to work in their alumni program. That position was filled. Kind of bummed. They called me back a few weeks later and said that they had an opening in their mental health program for this Project Odyssey. And I'm like, I don't know anything about my own. But at the time, the position was basically facilitating this adventure-based, experiential learning-based type retreat. There wasn't a whole lot of mental health part with it. So I was like, yeah, let's do it. So I did it. And after spending just shy of 10 years in the fire service, I started with them in April of 2013, where I stayed 10 years to the day. Wasn't planning on going anywhere. I spent 8 years on the mental health team, received a lot of mental health training as the program evolved, and it was just really cool that was so instrumental in my life. The struggle would continue, roller coaster, mental and emotional roller coaster in the years to come. And it got to be around 8 years, and it was really taking its toll on me because I wanted to help everybody. And, you lose guys and girls from time to time, and just really was weighing heavy on me. So I had to make a decision. And luckily there was a position on the alumni team open. So that's basically outreach. So I spent the next 2 years doing outreach and planning fun events and, getting warriors together outside of their homes and just having fun and connecting and sharing camaraderie. And during that time, I had had started building a relationship with a local aquarium who was trying to start a military program. And so the guy that they had picked to do that, he wasn't military, had no military experience. So I told him, I said, hey, if you need any help, figuring out what right looks like and kind of where you want this program to go, let me know. And so I helped him kind of build it from the outside. Right before I hit 10 years at the Warrior Project, the aquarium reached out to me and said, hey, this guy is going to be leaving. Would you like to come run our military program? And I was like, oh, never really thought about that. Well, to do that, I needed to be a professional level diver, meaning a dive pro. And just so happens that I utilized the VA's Voc Rehab program to, over the course of 2 years, to get all this professional level dive stuff. I already had recreational dive experience, about 20 years. So the VA paid for me to get all this professional level dive stuff. The list is a mile long. And so I was a good candidate for them. And so through a lot of talking back and forth with them and my wife, which I got remarried in 2015 to an amazing woman. We have 5 kids together. I have 3. She had 2. And now they're all 20, 17, and 14. There's 5 of them. And so time has flown. I made the decision to take a leap of faith from Wounded Warrior Project 10 years to the day. Needless to say, they're very surprised. They figured I'd be there forever. I thought I'd be there forever too, but you just never know what opportunities may arise. So I made my way over to this aquarium in April of 2023, I guess. Yeah, I think it's 2023, and where I've been ever since. And the basis of the program is introducing injured, ill, and wounded veterans to the healing nature of the underwater world. And I've kind of made a mission statement for it and a purpose, and really have grown it a little bit since I started, with plans to grow it even more. But also take veterans to the field. And we focus on education, conservation, and service, because through those types of things, especially service, it helps being a veteran myself. It helps us to know that we have some importance and that we're doing something to still give back. So we work with organizations like the Coral Restoration Foundation, and take them diving in the Keys for a week and working on rebuilding coral reefs and all kinds of cool things like that. So every week we host a different veterans organization, and we allow them to swim in one of the world's largest single aquariums, and either swim or dive depending on their certification, and have big plans in the future. So we also serve Gold Star families, and that's pretty rewarding as well.
Cool. Jason, one of the reasons why I wanted to bring you on was because we're trying to talk to interesting people, and your compassion and your dedication to serving others. I've always admired very much, and that's why I wanted to bring you on. And it's one guy. It's one to point out, you kind of transition from you're still in a serving role, but it's just much less stressful and much less of an impact on you personally. Is that, and that seems like a lot more of a healthy space for you to be in, right?
I think so. I'd say the last 3 years of my life post combat has been probably the best 3 years so far. As you know, it's a constant. It takes constant work. I wish that one day we could wake up and say, yeah, we're healed from our past, but I just don't think that's reality. I think you get to a point where you can cope in healthy ways, and you can live a productive life. But I don't know that I don't know those scars from your past ever go away completely.
I don't think they do either, but you're right. You can learn to live with them. And I wanted to, if you wanted to leave us with some words of wisdom or anything like that, if anybody's watching who's dealing with some trauma, it doesn't have to be military. What kind of advice would you give them?
What we know is that trauma trauma affects everybody differently. But what we do know too is that it affects the way your brain works, the way it fires, the chemical makeup. And so if you have experienced a trauma, whether it be inside the military, outside the military, public service, and it's affecting you, that's very, very normal. PTSD and depression and anxiety is a very normal reaction to a very unnormal situation. And there's tons and tons of resources out there. And it's important to never give up the fight, because there's always somebody in this world, even if you feel alone, that loves you and that needs you. And just keep fighting. Yeah.
And how do people get a hold of WWP, Wounded Warrior Project, if they want to look at Project Odyssey or something like that?
I believe it's just woundedwarriorproject.org.
Perfect.
Simple as that. Yeah, one of the best veterans organizations in the world. There's a lot of good ones out there, but they're great. Yeah,
and that's where I actually met Jason. I worked at that, doing the Project Odysseys for 4 years as well. So and I would say that they do what a lot of other organizations don't or can't. So
if they can't, Mike, if they can't help you, they'll find somebody that can.
Exactly. And that's the best thing, is they'll refer you out. They find somebody who can. Mike, did you have any other questions for Jason?
I think this has been great. It sounds like you're doing a really cool thing for the community. And next time I'm up in Atlanta, if I go to the aquarium, I'll be sure to give you a shout. They got a big aquarium.
Yeah, please do, man. Please do. Love to have you and show you around. You too, David.
Man, we got to get together soon.